Okay, good evening, everyone. This is the Select Board meeting for November 9th, 2021. Calling the meeting to order at 6 p.m. And if everybody would please stand and we'll say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay. We have a little bit of a crowd tonight, so good. Just as a reminder, whenever we do get into the meeting, anyone who needs to speak, you do need to come up to the central mic so that everybody can hear you and give your name and where you live so that we can have that clear, okay? So for tonight, we have a couple of public hearings. First one is a poll hearing, and Ed, would you like to read the preamble on that?
Sure. Town of Southampton Select Board petition for poll and locations. The Southampton Select Board will hold a hearing at 6 p.m. on November 9th, 2021 in the Town Hall first floor meeting room located at 210 College Highway on the petition by N-Star Electric Company, DBA Eversource Energy, requesting permission to relocate and/or install poles, wires, cables, and fixtures, including the necessary sustaining and protecting fixtures along and across the following public way. Locations: 10 Wallace Street. Reason: install one solely owned pole. The new pole will be located 510 feet west of the center line of County Road and 15 feet north of the center line of Wallace Street. The purpose of this new pole is to relocate pole number 10-30-3 per customer request and to eliminate an aerial trespass. The existing pole is to be removed. Wherefore, they pray that after due notice and hearing as provided by law, let it be granted a location for and permission to construct and maintain a pole, wires, and cables, together with such sustaining and protecting fixtures as they may find necessary. Said pole to be erected substantially in accordance with the field plan herewith and made a part hereof marked 5401519. Also for permission to lay and maintain underground laterals, cables, and wires in the above or intersecting public ways for the purpose of making connections with such poles and buildings as each of said petitioners may desire for distributing purposes. Your petitioners agree to reserve space for one crossarm at a suitable point on each of said poles for the fire and police telephone signal wires belonging to the municipality and used by it exclusively for municipal purposes. N-Star Electric Company, DBA Eversource Energy, Christine Foles, Chair, Select Board, Town of Southampton.
Okay, thank you. And with that, could I have a motion to open the public hearing for the poll hearing?
So
please?
moved.
Could I have a second? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, thank you. And could we have the representative from Eversource, please?
Hello, Anthony Gentile, Eversource. Basically, the scope of this job is there's a 30-foot pole well inside the property line at number 10 Wallace Road, and it's also feeding number 8, so we'd like to move that pole back to eliminate that trespass and refeed number 8 from the street.
So this is not a new installation of a new dwelling or anything, it's just moving the existing pole?
Nope, it's existing homes.
Okay. Any comments or questions from the
Well,
board?
just,
Yes?
I think he just clarified it, but the petition states that the location is 10 Wallace Street, 10 Wallace Road, I believe.
Yeah, which, yeah, I've saw it in both
Location,
places.
second paragraph.
See that it is Wallace Road, yeah.
Yeah. So I would just suggest we note the change in the petition.
Should be Wallace Road, not Wallace Street?
Yep.
Thank you. Okay. Question, Chris? Okay. Any other?
Is that a
comment?
public road?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. All right. Any other questions from the select board? No? Any questions from the public? Please come up to the mic and give your name and
Mary
address.
Sullivan, 8 Wallace Road, Southampton.
Okay.
You said it was a public road?
Yeah, as in plowed and maintained by the town and such.
Yeah, because we fought for that. We didn't, they weren't going to plow anymore. But my point, I'm the one that they're going to be moving the pole for the 10 Wallace Road is here tonight too. I have no problem with it except Eversource. Would you have to do a lot of the cutting of the there's a lot of branches and trees.
We'd have to trim a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I wanted to make sure that was,
Yeah, we need about 3 feet to.
yeah, okay. So it just kind of disrupts the electricity for a period of time while you move it, or no?
It shouldn't really.
No?
They're gonna plant it and transfer it over, so I don't think there'll be an outage.
Oh, great, good. And also, would that be done this time of year? Or is it?
Probably end up on the schedule the next 4 weeks.
Oh, great. That's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other comments or questions from the public? All right, if not, no other questions? Okay, could I have a motion to close the hearing, I believe?
So moved.
And I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, and with that, could we have a motion to approve this?
Motion to approve the petition as amended.
All right,
And I'll second it.
all right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, all right, thank you very much. We appreciate that. All right. All right, secondly, we have another public hearing tonight, a joint meeting with the Board of Assessors. This is a tax classification public hearing. Could I have a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, and the Board of Assessors, if you have a quorum, could you call your meeting to order, or? Okay. All right, then we'll turn it over to you, I guess.
April West, 54 Strong Road, Board of Assessors. So I know we have a couple of new Select Board members, and this is your first tax classification hearing. So I don't know, did you have a chance to read through this in your packets?
Yes.
Okay, so the Board of Assessors is recommending that we continue as we currently are with a single tax rate. And that will allow us to be able to go ahead and set our tax rate very shortly. So do you want me to read through this
I think
for the
if you could kind of, not word for word, but kind of generally summarize, I
Okay.
think for the public that's watching, I think it would be very
Sure.
helpful to
Okay.
understand this in more detail.
Okay. The decision of the Select Board tonight as to whether we stay with a single tax rate is what we're looking for in this public hearing. So there are different ways of taxing properties, and that we have several options in Massachusetts. We have a selection of a minimum residential factor, a selection of a discount for open space, granting of a residential exemption, and granting of a small commercial exemption. The Select Board has the option of selecting a factor of 1, which in effect would adopt a single tax rate for all residential, commercial, industrial, and personal property classes, instead of shifting some of the tax burden off the residential class and onto the CIP classes. The residential factor of less than 1 reduces the share of the tax levy paid by the RO classes and increases the share paid by the CIP or the commercial classes. So the result is 2 tax rates if you chose to do that. One is for residential properties, and the second, a higher rate for commercial properties, which would be a factor greater than 1, which may be adopted by the Select Board, should you choose that. Southampton, as everyone knows, is approximately almost 94% residential, with a total value of $845,724,270 in valuation. Our commercial is about 3%, and that valuation is 28 million and change. The industrial is under 1%. That valuation is about 6,500,000. And then personal property is about 20 million, which is about 2%. That personal property has to do with several different things that fall into that category. But the total valuation of the town for fiscal year 2022, sorry, I'm having a really hard time breathing in the mask, is $900,156,278. If we shift the burden from residential to a dual tax rate, it doesn't, it merely shifts the burden to other taxpayers. It doesn't change our base, in terms of valuation. With such a small commercial base in town, a little over 66%, there is no advantage to adopt a split rate, and it may detract new businesses moving into town, and we wouldn't want to do that. 110 communities out of the 351 Massachusetts communities have adopted a split rate. We would take local like Holyoke, Springfield, West Springfield. They have a large commercial base, and that's why they have split tax rates. Southampton doesn't fall into that. Open space, currently we have no properties in town that even qualify for a discount for open space. So open space are pieces of land that are not designated under Chapter 61 or under agricultural protection or conservation protection. Only one other town in Massachusetts has even adopted an open space discount. Selection of a residential exemption. So the Select Board may grant a residential exemption to all Class 1 residential properties that are the principal residence of taxpayers as of January 1st, 2021. Adopting this increases the residential tax rate and shifts the residential tax burden from moderately valued homes to apartments, summer homes, and higher valued homes. This exemption may not exceed 35% of the average assessed value of all residential parcels. The taxpayer needs to be an owner and occupy the property as their primary residence. This exemption may not help seniors in our community if they have to put the property into a trust, which they are not the beneficiary of, or if the property has a higher value. And it could be a higher tax burden for them. Adopting a residential exemption increases the residential tax rate, but the amount of the levy paid remains the same. Only 15 of 351 Massachusetts communities have adopted this, and they tend to be larger communities in the Boston area or on the Cape, where there's a lot of high-value second homes. And then the last is the selection of a small commercial exemption. An exemption of up to 10% of the property valuations can be granted to commercial but not industrial properties that meet the requirements set forth under the law. To qualify, eligible businesses must have occupied the property as of January 1st, 2021, and must have had no more than 10 employees as certified by the Executive Office of Labor and Workforce Development during the previous calendar year. And the building must have a valuation of less than $1 million. A business, which is one of several businesses within a commercial building, would not be eligible for an exemption unless every business in that commercial building qualified as well. Similar to the residential exemption, the levy does not change, and the exemption is borne within the commercial class, resulting in an overall increase of the commercial tax rate. And only 14 of the 351 Massachusetts communities have adopted that small commercial exemption. So,
Okay.
do we have any questions?
No, just to come back around and summarize then, from what I'm hearing from the Board of Assessors, you're recommending that we keep with the same single tax rate rather than going to a dual tax rate, given that we've got about 94% residential and the rest open space, commercial, industrial, not open space, but commercial, industrial, and personal property is about 6%.
Correct.
And that if we did go to a double tax rate, it doesn't do anything to increase revenue. It's just more administrative than it is anything else. It doesn't bring in more revenue if we went to a double tax rate. Is that what I'm understanding?
Correct. It may, well, yes,
And it may, as you're saying, it may detract new businesses from moving to town, is what you're saying?
yes.
Okay, all right. Thoughts? Yeah, okay. I think that's pretty clear. Thank you for explaining that. Yeah,
I have
John,
three
question.
questions. And just more clarification on my part. The residential shift, can it only benefit residential? It can't go the other way? You can't alleviate commercial and put that burden on residential?
Correct.
Okay,
Well, you can?
Yes, you can go the opposite of what
Okay.
one single, you can go lower,
Okay.
do the opposite of that.
okay. Within the packet was provided to us an assessment classification report.
Yes.
I'm not familiar with these codes. Is one of these codes, do they represent the farm property? I'm assuming they'd be under residential.
So, go ahead, Dave.
Dave, could you come up to the mic? Sorry. Just so that people can hear you at home, otherwise the mic doesn't carry very well.
Just introduce yourself.
And introduce yourself too.
Dave Arnold, Board of Assessors. The answer to the question is, under the property type, on the left-hand side, the Chapter 61 land, Chapter 61A land, and Chapter 61B land. B is recreation. That's the representation of the farm, forest, and recreation land.
Okay. And then my last question, and I don't know that it can be answered tonight, but on that same form down the bottom, it indicates there's 92 exempt parcels. I'm guessing Town Hall is one of them, and then there's other nonprofits within the town. Is it possible to get a complete copy of those 92 parcels?
Yes, we can do that.
Thank you.
The parcels themselves are churches and town hall, fire, things like that.
Correct.
Or
I'm
we
just
can
looking for a
We
complete
can get an
list.
easy list. Yeah, I can do
Yep.
that for you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions? No. Joy, Rini, Francine?
No, I just want to add to the fact that, surrounding communities are also single-rate tax communities like Easthampton and Northampton, which has a lot more commercial enterprises than we have, but nonetheless, we want to get what we can get. We certainly don't want to, discourage anyone from starting businesses in Southampton.
Okay, fine. All right, are we ready to take a vote on this?
You'd close
Do
it.
we
Pending
need to
your
make a
information?
motion to
have to
close the
close
public
the
hearing
vote.
first?
Yes.
Yeah, we can do that, all
Okay.
right. Let's have a motion to close the public hearing. Yes, thank you.
So moved.
All right.
There was a tie there.
All right,
Okay.
all in favor?
Aye.
All right. So,
I'll make a motion to move to the select board to vote in accordance with MGL Chapter 40, Section 56 as amended, the percentage of local tax levy which will be borne by each class of real and personal property relative to setting the fiscal year 2022 tax rates, and set the residential factor at a 1.0 with a corresponding CIP shift of 1.0, pending approval of the town's annual tax recap by the Massachusetts Department of Revenue.
I'll second.
all right. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay,
Chris, can I just say something?
thank you, yes.
I just wanted to say thank you to April West and also David Arnold and Darcy Gasparini on the Board of Assessors. We don't have a principal assessor right now, and they've been doing a wonderful job, carrying along with the work of the office.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you very much. Yes. Good, okay, so, thank you. So that ends our tax classification hearing. We appreciate that. All right, we have no formal presentations this evening, but we do have, as usual, a few minutes reserved for open time for the public. If anyone has anything that they would like to address to the select board. Seeing nobody volunteering? Okay. We'll move on then to quarterly reports. And we have, first of all, the Highway Department Transfer Station. And Ed, are you going to do this one on Randall's behalf, or here he comes? Perfect timing,
Randall should be here. In
Perfect
fact, there he is.
perfect timing. You may just walk right on up.
Impeccable timing.
Very good, thanks, Randall.
Well, good evening.
Take a second to get your breath.
Sure.
So, thank you also, in the meantime, for the written reports. For everyone who submitted written reports, that really is very helpful for us to take a look and get a sense of things ahead of time, and that helps us if we do have questions, we can kind of not be totally at the last minute with our thoughts. So,
Absolutely, yeah. And like I said, I don't think I saw any questions, but if you ever do, please reach out because I can prepare a more thoughtful answer than off the top of my head.
Right?
Actually, I've been working most of the day on edits to it because a lot of stuff is happening.
Okay.
So I guess I'll jump in.
Sure.
Randall Kemp, Highway Superintendent. Glasses. So I got another email today about the cemetery sidewalk. I don't know if Ed knows more about it than I do, but it looks like DOT has kind of held up our access permit. So I don't know where we stand on that. It looks like we,
It's currently out to bid, so,
okay,
Yeah.
so it is moving forward.
yeah.
So there's a chance we could still, I'm just getting nervous because it's getting
Yeah.
colder and colder and.
Yeah, and I think what the folks from Stan Tech had told us was we could move forth with the bid, and we didn't, eventually we'd get the DOT, permitting, done, but it didn't have to be in that order, so we could
Okay.
keep on moving, is my understanding of it.
Just with so many moving parts,
Right.
Is the
It makes
deadline
me
the end of the
nervous.
year still?
As far as I know, it's still the end of the year, so if
To actually
it's
put
not.
it in?
Yes, so depending on the bid, Ed, remind me, the bidding documents is to be opened when? November
I believe it's the,
16th, is it?
no, I think it's the 17th or 18th, next Thursday.
Okay, so we'll know next Thursday, so we'll have to talk about that. We'll know next Thursday if we've got bids for this and what they are, and then how quickly we
We go
can
from
move.
there.
If it looks like something isn't going to move, then I think we've got to get on the horn and try to ask for an extension,
right.
so.
Okay. Another update, the Highway Department emergency generator has been installed. There are still a couple of gas and electrical connections that need to be made. I'd like to acknowledge the work of my crew who did all the site preparation and trenching work, as well as Chief Workman who put me in contact with Nate from Anchor Electric, who helped to determine the right generator for our needs and performed installation of the unit. The project was funded with COVID CARES Act funds and will vastly improve safety for highway personnel by having light and heat in our facility during power outages, as well as for our fire department, whose radio repeater for communications is housed at the highway department. The East Street Bridge gas line relocation is nearly complete or possibly complete if it's happened in the last few days. Erosion controls have been installed, endangered species surveys have been completed. The prerequisite pre-construction meeting is tentatively scheduled for this Friday or Monday. Our quarterly Mass Works report has been submitted and accepted, and the first reimbursement request for mobilization work in the amount of $22,235 has been approved by the grant administrator, and a second reimbursement request is in the amount of $35,538 is being prepared. My assistant, Robin, has really dug into the complex administrative requirements of this grant as well as our Chapter 90 projects and is doing a great job keeping up everything organized and submitted in a timely manner. I've posted a baseline construction timeline on Facebook today. There were lots of questions about how long it was going to take. I just want to reiterate that it's fluid on a project of this size, as some tasks will take longer. Weather, supply chain delays could push stuff out. There's a slight possibility stuff could be completed early, but I think that's a lot less likely than the alternative. FY22 work plan. Preparatory work complete. This included leveling, patching, rebuild, repair any damaged catch basins, cut joints and intersections, street sweeping, catch basin cleaning, in compliance with our MS4 permit. All those tasks are complete. All other MS4 tasks are up to date, including year 3 reports and data. Compliance tasks for our diesel fuel underground storage tank and dispenser are also up to date. Chip seal 20% rubber modified has been completed on Pequot and Cook roads. Mill and fill paving of Hillside Meadow is complete. A paved level overlay of County Road North and Pleasant Street is complete. We've done line painting on County Road, Gun Road, Coleman Road, Riverdale Road, Middle Road, Strong Road, Valley Road, Pequot Road, Cook Road, Hillside Meadow Drive, and Pleasant Street. In the last week, we've tuned up some of the gravel roads in town, Crooked Ledge, Foamer, Maple, Old County, and Wolcott. We try to grade these roads once a year, but we currently don't have the resources to accomplish that this year, so we're tuning them up as best as we can, just back drag them. Our outstanding work, we still have to tune up Mountain Road. It's our last gravel road to do. Paving and line painting on portions of East Street and Gilbert Road. We also need to pave those. I don't know if I said painting. We need to pave and paint. I'm still hoping that the weather cooperates and that the paving contractor can fit this work in the next few weeks. If not, it will be pushed on to spring. We have a chip seal for a portion of Foamer Road and also prep work for a chip seal of Crooked Ledge Road. These two projects will most likely occur in the spring. For budget spending status and concerns, on our revenue side, we have collected $3,920 in permits. That's $400 in trench, $1,680 in curb cut, $1,760 in right-of-way, and $80 in punitive fees and fines. As we're all aware, the override didn't pass. This override included much-needed investment in our infrastructure. A debt exclusion for purchase of a replacement a snowplow truck, also did not pass. As you can see from our vehicle replacement schedule that I sent you, Southampton residents face some real challenges as to how they're going to fund replacement of public works heavy equipment. If services we have been able to provide in the past are prioritized as something that they want to continue into the future. While we have been able to replace 3 pieces of equipment in the past few years, we still continue to fall behind, pushing off replacement of all equipment, kicking the can down the road, and inflationary pressure and higher mechanical costs result in money poorly spent, in my opinion. As an example of this, we have already spent $29,697,000 of our machinery maintenance account, which is 42% of our yearly appropriation, and we're not even halfway through with the year. I picked 5 big repairs we had. Our 2016 Ford F-450 needed $9,521 to repair emissions and brakes. Our 2008 catch basin cleaner needed brakes, rear end, replacement cables, and a hydraulic hose, which was about $3,700. Our roadside mower, electrical mower control and bearings in the mower head went, and that was $7,250. Our field mower, hydraulic controls needed work in the amount of $2,557. And our 2009 single axle dump truck needed front and rear brakes at a cost of $1,505. I attended a joint meeting of the Tri-County and Massachusetts Highway Association earlier today, and our equipment situation may be exacerbated by Massachusetts opt-in to the California Air Resources Board regulations, which look to phase out fossil-fueled vehicles and equipment. The Mass Highway president stated that he looked into the cost of buses as an example, and electric buses were 3 times the cost of a diesel bus. In other good news, an inspection of our furnace in August found 3 violations that will have to be rectified. A boiler tech was on site November 3rd and is preparing a cost estimate for the necessary repairs. This is an unanticipated expense and will likely put us over in our building expenses account. I need to take a drink because I'm talking too fast.
Good.
Do you have any questions so far?
Yeah, why don't we take time to have a couple questions? Yeah,
Sure.
go ahead, Rita.
You said paving East Street, we all know it's pretty bad. What part of it's going to be done, knowing that the bridge is about to be demolished?
What parts of, do
Are
we?
going to be paved? You said paving and putting lines on.
So I'm doing about $150,000 of our Chapter 90 money, which is like half of our Chapter 90 money for the year, on some of the most highly degraded sections. And roughly, if you have a mental map in your head, it's from Route 10 to almost the bridge. There's a bad section there. If you go up the hill from Strong Road, right as you crest the hill, it gets really bad, pretty much all the way to the bottom of the S-curves. And then as you go up the S-curves is a short section that's okay, and then most of the rest of the S-curves need some. And a smaller section around the corner past Bashistas, there's a sharp corner. Those are the ones I plan to do. I would love to do the whole road, it's just not financially possible.
Yeah.
I mean, it would take too much money for what
From Route 10
we
to the
need to
bridge
do.
is
It needs to be
definitely the
rebuilt, and we're
worst.
working on it.
Yeah.
And that's something you're hoping to get done as long as the asphalt company is still working, is that right?
Yes, the overlays on East Street, yes.
Yeah,
I'm hoping to get it done this fall, but if not, it'll get done in the spring.
And we're still on track to get funding in 2025 for that.
As far as I know, yep.
Yeah. Another question that has to do with that, has there been a plan developed for emergency planning around, for example, people that live just on the other side of the bridge, or has there been a meeting to discuss? I know it's not exactly your area, but I'm just,
Well, I've worked with
Yeah.
Chief Workman in Illingsworth.
Yeah.
We've talked about which houses are on which side, so
Yeah,
that they have a list in dispatch to know where to send emergency vehicles. And then we will have a formal meeting. I think both
either-
the chiefs will be at the pre-construction meeting as well.
Exactly, which will either be this Friday or on Monday.
okay. And last, about this replacement, how come there's nothing down there for 2022?
For 2022
Well, 44,000, like,
Well, we'll get to the chart in more detail,
Okay,
because I
all
think
right,
that's got a
sure.
lot of clarity that
Okay.
we might need. So let's just focus on the
Okay.
information provided so far. Yeah.
I just wanted to ask a question. I know you've been looking for a mechanic for quite some time.
Yep.
Would all of these, would a mechanic on staff been able to do all of these repairs you have listed here?
unlikely,
Okay.
yeah.
And do you think having a mechanic would be able to extend the life of some of the equipment that you currently have in the event that we can't get everything on your replacement schedule?
Yes, but I think everybody understands that
I
that the
know.
more you're just putting more money into keeping
Under
something
that.
rolling, and it's
Yeah, I know. I know.
frustrating.
But it looks like, an important position in terms of your budget, since we're not even halfway through the year yet.
Right.
Okay.
It's hard to make a correlation because the fleet continues to get older. We haven't had a mechanic, but I don't know where mechanical costs would have gone if we had a mechanic.
Yeah.
You know, it's hard to speculate.
And just one other clarification. The signage that has been flashing around has said that East Street Bridge area is going to be closed as of tomorrow. I take that,
I think it was as of
or was it today?
Yep.
Okay. That isn't actually happening yet, if we haven't had the pre-construction meeting, or is it happened?
It isn't, but I mean, I think you have to get the sign up and give the public a reasonable expectation that it's going to be closed on a certain day so that,
yeah.
That's fine. So then, once the pre-construction meeting happens, then everything's ready to roll in terms of?
yes. And I mean, I believe they're doing things in the meantime. They've installed the erosion control barriers. There's certain things that they can do
Yeah.
that
Okay.
are,
Yeah,
Okay.
the gas
Still
company's doing.
physically open.
Yeah, the gas company's doing the tie-in up from the old gas line to the new one this week. Let's see, Verizon still has to come in and move their lines. But other than that, those are probably the two last pieces that would keep MIG from actually starting the actual demolition work.
Okay. Good, okay. Thanks. Want to continue on with some of the long-term issues maybe you were talking about on the next page there?
do you want to jump over to the vehicle replacement? It might be a good time to talk about
Okay, we
it.
could, sure.
So what I did with this is I took last year's 10-year plan, and I backed it off so that you could see where trucks had been pushed off in the last few years. For instance, the 108 SD that we got, it took like a year for us to get it, year and a half to get it, but it was approved in 2020, but we asked for it in 2018, so, 3 years of that being pushed off. We asked for 2 more trucks, 2021. Those were pushed off, or 3 trucks. 1 got funded, the Ford F-550. 2022, we pushed everything forward, so then we had 4 trucks we needed to replace. The 1-ton got funded, but the other big ticket items didn't. So now we pushed everything forward to 2023, where we're looking at $1.2 million for vehicle replacements, and that's not going to fly either. So we have to really start thinking about how we're going to replace some of these vehicles.
So just to be clear, just following your chart, so the Ford 550, $140,000 was finally funded after 2-year request. It was funded for the $140,000 in 2021, right?
Correct.
And then the pickup with the snowplow for $44,000 has also been acquired?
That was funded last year.
Okay, so that was actually a little bit ahead of schedule,
Yeah.
magically? Okay.
15 years old?
Well, you have it under here for 2022, so I was just,
Well, it was approved in fiscal year 2022, and it has been ordered.
oh,
Okay, so this is fiscal year.
it's a fiscal year, okay, got it.
Yes.
Correct.
That answers my question then.
Okay, and then the ones up above though, so the Freightliner 108 SD is still out there, that's the one that didn't make it through on the last town meeting, is that right?
Correct.
The 260,000, okay.
Yep, it's a 24-year-old 1999 International.
And then-
That, to jump back to Francine's question, we will have to take off the road at a certain point. It has frame issues.
Okay. And then the boiler is out there to be,
We
Put
don't
on
know
there?
what we're going to do with the boiler. I'm going to need to do something because winter's coming, so we're going to have to spend money on it. But we've discussed replacing it. We had an energy audit in the works. I don't know where that ever went. Changing over to more efficient gas units. And when I ordered the tank for the generator, I sized the liquid propane tank to handle that if we do an upgrade. So my assumption is we're going to have to do something.
okay. Okay, and then the other ones that would need to be dealt with, our loader with snowplow, and this would be a second Freightliner, so 108 SD with a sander,
Where are we?
2023,
Okay, I've got, replace the 24-year-old 1999.
yeah.
Um,
And then add one,
The boiler is a verbal quote that is a shot in the
Right.
dark for that. The second single axle dump truck is a 27-year-old, or no, that's not hold on. Loader with snowplow. It's a 27-year-old 1996 John Deere loader with snowplow. That's 220. Underneath that is another Freightliner 108 SD. That's a 16-year-old 2007 International.
so there would be 2 of those, if you got the one that is up above plus this one, right? So you've got one to
Right.
replace it, it's
And
24 years old?
I'm just showing,
Yeah,
based on a 12 to 15-year lifespan on these trucks. We're getting much more if you look up there,
right,
24 years, but I think that's less than ideal.
yeah. Wow. And both of these Freightliners, though, are, the way it's looking, are used for sanding and snowplow, right?
Clearing our roads.
Yep, okay. Then street sweeper?
Street sweeper, we've currently been able to keep our 27-year-old street sweeper on the road, but it requires more and more repairs, and it's getting so old that we're having a hard time getting parts.
Well, the good thing is they qualify for antique plates, so you don't have to get inspections anymore.
Okay. Thank you, John.
Reduced insurance too, right?
So the street sweeper, is that the 250,000 recommendation there? Roughly?
Yeah, and these are rough numbers that were gathered years ago. I don't know what current prices are. And like I said, if Massachusetts adopts CARB, we're gonna have some serious problems
Yeah,
if we triple the price of of all this stuff.
okay. And then the last one in 2023 is another Freightliner catch basin cleaner. So this is different than the other two Freightliners?
It is. International.
How old
catch
is that
basin.
puppy?
So that will be 15 years old. And it has more, so basically, we put a plow on nearly everything, not the street sweeper. But if you can use it to control snow,
Yeah.
we put a plow on it. So the catch basin cleaner, which also, it's got a clamshell, it cleans out the catch basins as a requirement of our MS4 permit. It's a little more expensive unit because it's got a lot more going on with the tower and the claw and all the hydraulic controls.
Okay,
And we put a drop-in unit in that for sanding.
okay. Okay, so that takes care of 2023 in terms of the list that you've got there, okay?
Right.
Yep, then jumping over to 24,
Yep. In 2024, I'll have a 25-year-old box truck, 1999 Ford E450. I'll have a 16-year-old 2008 John Deere 410 loader. 15-year-old 2009 F350 Super Duty with plow. And the diesel tank, which I've been told has a 30-year lifespan, will be 30
now.
now. It'll be 32.
30 years now?
So we'll have to figure out what we want to do there.
Okay. And moving on out, so, yeah.
Yeah.
Got it. All right. Okay, any questions as we're looking at this list here? One thing that would help, I think what I would like to do, I think would be helpful for the townspeople to just understand that we do have a fleet plan and a fleet replacement schedule, not only for highway, but
Yeah, I
police and
I hear a
fire.
lot that we don't have any plans, but nobody asks.
True.
We have plans, we have
But
pavement
here's
preservation plans.
A
we have-
schedule, of what at least is needed at the moment from your perspective, to be able to make that, public on the website. So what would be helpful is just to have as you've been saying, a 27-year-old, whatever, and just to have that, maybe it was a column here, but it's missing on our version, I don't know, just how old the things are, so we have a better sense of how,
Yeah, just.
It's in the
if you
notes
move
section
information
where it
in
says
the
what it's
last column
replacing.
Over to,
yeah,
over
it's,
to this, yeah.
I guess, okay.
Really
It-
The
helpful,
description,
Randall.
that would
Yeah.
make it easier for people to
Yeah,
understand.
so, whatever, yes.
I would also say that, I'm sure they have this, but I think in Randall's particular case, this entire report should be forwarded to the Capital Committee and asked to meet sooner rather than later, as they still have not yet met this year. But
It's actually one of the requirements that the department heads send in is a 10-year capital plan along with their requests.
And I forwarded it off to the chairperson of that committee, at least the chairperson right now, until they meet the state's best practices on the capital plan. And we should have the 10 or 20-year plan. This should be out here. And in this particular case, because Randall's standing here 2023 is just never going to happen. You're not gonna get
Understood, but I
1.3. I
wanted
know,
you
I
guys
know.
to realize the implications of kicking it down the road.
Well, so Joy and I get a pass, because this is our first time on the select board. It's the previous 10 years of select boards that have kicked the can. We haven't had an opportunity yet to kick the can. But that being said, there really should be a plan where it's either $50,000 or $100,000 a year is going into a sinking fund, and I know that's a bad word in Massachusetts to use, but a separate fund that goes in and you break it down based on, the likely lifespan of these vehicles and we figure out how many we need, because as we grow eventually, this is just maintaining his current stuff. He's not even talking about growing the department.
Right,
Agreed. Yep.
exactly.
Yeah, if you'll notice, the only new piece of equipment on here is, I put it way out at like 2030, a vacuum truck. Right now, we contract that out, and maybe we continue to contract it out, but it'd be more efficient to do it in-house.
Right.
Okay. Okay, good. Any questions on this chart? Otherwise, we'll go back to the main report. Okay, thanks, Randall, for that. That is helpful. Yeah, so just pick up where you left off there.
So long-term issues for your consideration and planning. I've tried to catch other departments' reports, and I heard Paul Deeman from planning, and I talked to Marla from conservation quite often, and I've heard both planning and conservation request help to manage the workload of their administration, which is currently done by volunteers. As we grow at the fastest rate in Western Massachusetts, I've heard that thrown around, but I haven't fact-checked it. I assume it's semi-accurate. We should be thinking seriously about adding a position that could help share the workload and responsibilities of planner, Concom agent, right-of-way and land use agent, somebody to help do site inspections as well. The volunteer boards do a great job, but each of these is a full-time job in other municipalities and deserves the attention of a dedicated employee whose responsibility would span revolving terms of boards and commissions. You guys wanted to know plans and events for the next 4 to 6 months. I'm going to be pretty busy with storm response, keeping vehicles operational and working, working on the FY23 work plan and budget, retaining my great team, keeping them healthy and able to respond to winter emergencies, filling the 2 open positions, seeking out professional development opportunities and safety training for highway staff and myself, collaboration with other departments, boards, and commissions to help them with projects when we are able to do so. That sound. And that's pretty much what I've got for highway. I can switch over to transfer station unless you guys have more questions about that.
No, that would be good. I think.
Transfer station, we've sold 974 transfer station permits. We have sold $28,376 in bags through turnover 33. Bags have been a big issue down there. We ordered back in February, but our vendor has been experiencing COVID-related delays in meeting orders as they are unable to get components for producing the bags. We have received 1 partial shipment of Southampton backstock, as well as another small shipment of other municipalities' backstock, so it has different names on it. We hope that the manufacturer is able to produce more bags soon. I've reached out to another state-approved vendor, and they didn't even reply back to me, so I'm assuming they're having the same sort of issues. The governor has released his 2030 master trash and recycling plan. It includes mandates for textile and mattress recycling. Southampton is ahead of the curve in these 2 areas as we utilize mass DEP grants to implement a mattress collection program several years ago. And we have been encouraging residents to utilize the textile collection boxes at the police and transfer stations, as well as the one in the church parking lot, to keep clothing out of the waste stream. I just switched over to a new textile vendor in July. We had previously used DARE donation boxes at the police department and transfer station, but in talking to Chief Illingsworth, they weren't getting funds back from DARE. So I sought out a new vendor that does provide funds back into the transfer station enterprise fund. So what that does is it subsidizes the ever-increasing cost of operations down there. So hopefully we can keep our fees level. You will see an article on the town meeting warrant for replacement of the recycling containers on either side of the catwalk. These must be replaced as they have degraded to the point where our trucking company is threatening not to pick them up. The money will be appropriated for this capital expense from an appropriation of $25,500 from transfer station retained earnings. And that's all I've got.
I have one question on the transfer station. The 974 permits, is that typical of a year? Is it down or up? It's pretty
We've
consistent.
been trending down. I think more and more people don't want to bother going to the transfer station and opt for private pickup.
Okay. Thanks.
So the new Bay State textile vendor has got boxes, transfer station, police, and church, or no?
Nope, the church is separate,
On
but
their own.
they recycle clothing, so I like to push people to all options they have available.
Got it. Okay,
Bay State is just at police station and transfer station.
okay, good, thank you.
So the police station is, anybody can go to.
Right.
The transfer station one is inside the transfer station, so only permit holders are allowed in the transfer
Right.
station.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? If not, I have two small ones, if nobody has one. Actually, I've had 2 or 3 residents ask me questions which I couldn't answer. So number one, I think I know the answer, but do we have any place in town, if not at the transfer station or the highway department, where we recycle smoke alarm and/or flashlight batteries?
For transfer station permit holders, we take both of those
Mm-hmm.
materials.
Is there a separate container somewhere, or?
You give them to the attendant because
Okay.
old smoke detectors have a small amount of mercury in them.
Yep.
And so we actually dispose of those through a special vendor so that those don't go into landfills. Because
Okay.
mercury is a heavy metal that we don't want in the environment.
Okay.
And flashlight batteries, alkaline batteries can go in the trash.
Okay.
But lithium batteries, and that includes some of the higher tech flashlight batteries, as well as computer batteries, phone batteries, those little coin batteries for hearing aids and other things, those are also hazardous waste. So we collect those separately
Okay.
at no charge.
Uh-huh, okay.
We just want to keep them out of the waste stream.
Very good, that's good clarity, okay. And then the other one was with the various amounts of brush and yard waste that gets dumped over there, does that get composted, and is it sold or given back to the town residents?
So currently, it just gets stockpiled. We don't have the resources to turn it to, the more you turn compost, the more aerobic degradation is better for composting. But we can't have somebody down there weekly turning it, so it degrades slower. Currently, we've just been stockpiling it. I've had tried to get a grant for a soil screener a couple times through DEP. It's a service that I wanted to, it would be great if we could give that back to people, provide it to residents. I have not been able to make that happen yet.
Okay, good, okay, thanks.
There will be something that, I won't mention it until, there's a composting program coming, but I don't have it finalized yet.
Okay, good, all right, anything else? All right, thank you, Randall, really appreciate it. That's a lot of detail, a lot of good information. Really gives us a better sense of the challenges you're facing, and thank
Absolutely.
you to all the guys for maintaining and doing what you're doing. I know, I've seen them out, I know it might have been, I guess it was a contractor probably, but I know the striping of the road came down Gun Road at about 1 in, so
Yep.
they were working all
They
night.
do it overnight. My guys do the stop lines though, so we have a
Yeah.
little machine that does the smaller ones.
Very good, yeah.
And any residents who have any questions, please reach out.
Mm-hmm.
I see stuff on Facebook, and it infuriates me that people spread incorrect information when all they have to do is reach out.
Great,
So,
absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, thank you. Okay, next, how about Board of Health? Kate Rooks, please.
Caitlin Rooks, Chair of the Board of Health. It's a really tough report to follow up on. Randall had a lot of valuable details. For the first quarter at the fiscal year, we want to report that the health agent has performed 15 percolation tests, 21 Title V inspections, and 17 septic plan reviews. It's been very busy. The real estate market is booming, and so there's been a lot of home sales. Food and restaurant inspections have all been completed once, and 4 have been done a second time, and the requirement is that 2 are performed for each restaurant each year. And permitting inspection has taken place for all food trucks in town. Just also want to introduce and appreciate our 2 new members to the Board of Health, Leah Carrasquillo and Kate Savarese. So we have a very new board in town, but they've had a lot of positive contributions. We have been awarded a Public Health Excellence Shared Service Grant, and what that means is that we currently have a 1-year contract with an opportunity to renew up to 3 years. And we're eligible for 2 3-year terms, so up to 9 years. This grant will allow for us to participate in regional contact tracing and epidemiology. It's really great to have a regionalized perspective on disease surveillance. Unfortunately, this grant does not encompass COVID-19 contact tracing because of the immense amount of time and resources it takes for each town. Some of the benefits of having access to a public health nurse, which is also a part of this grant, is that we are able to monitor infectious disease occurrences, conduct disease investigation, case management, and contact tracing, not only from a town perspective, but also a regionalized perspective. So it helps give us a broader scope of what's happening locally. And we're able to then implement tailored prevention and intervention plans, such as screening and testing, education for town residents, vaccinations, and outbreak containment. So if something were to happen, we'd be able to respond to it more appropriately. This is a very exciting opportunity, and we're hopeful that'll be really beneficial to Southampton. I know that there's been a lot of people really interested in a more regionalized health approach, especially because we have a small town, and so I think this is a good first step. And hopefully this initiative will help to save us time and money because it's a regional perspective. This will also provide us better access for Maven data analysis because the shared public health nurse will have access to Maven and be able to give us more real-time information. This will help us to be more efficient. I know we've done a ton of collaboration with Northampton for vaccine clinics and spread of information, but this will help to expand on that for other diseases besides COVID-19, hopefully in the future, and help to advocate for specific community needs and regional needs at the local and state level. So a good voice for Southampton. There's been a lot of topics of discussion in our recent meetings, including review of mosquito surveillance reports. Thankfully, there has not been any reported outbreaks and diseases spread in mosquitoes in our local area. There's been outreach to the mosquito district due to local concerns reported about spraying. There has not been any spraying locally. We've also been posting about mosquito safety and reducing standing water. And increasing awareness about how reduce incidence of mosquito-borne illnesses. We hope to do more of that next year as well. We've been doing some collaboration with the school committee, which has been really important in protecting the health of our options and availability for test and stay COVID testing in schools. Of course, this is ever evolving, and hopefully our COVID cases in town have kind of stayed at bay, and we hope that it stays that way through the holidays. We do plan on sharing some public health information about how to stay safe and healthy through the holidays, because we do anticipate that more people will be gathering this year in comparison to last year. We have participated in a discussion about town bylaws related to dogs, and our health agent participated in that discussion. It sounds like that bylaw has been drafted. There have been a few tobacco violations in town, which resulted in a couple $1,000 fines, so money that will go back to the community. There also has been review of sewage disposal variance which was presented and approved, which related to just town variances for position of septic systems, and then a review of the TIG and bond closure inspection and groundwater monitoring as required by DEP for the transfer station, because it used to be a burning transfer station. So our current priorities and activities, of course, we're prioritizing needs related to the COVID-19 pandemic. Our MOU, which was recently reviewed at our last meeting, will cover contact tracing through June of 2022. So those funds will be covered through CARES Act through the end of the year when those funds expire. And after January 1st, those funds will be covered by ARPA through June of 2022, and hopefully to be reviewed at an upcoming meeting. We continue to review each data and track and trend. We currently have a mask mandate implemented in all municipal buildings, as well as an advisory for public places. We continue to discuss that and review that, and I understand that it's a topic of discussion amongst town members. Many differences of opinion there. Some people feel like the guidelines are too stringent, but some people feel like they're too lax, and that there should be a guideline implemented for all public buildings to have masks required in indoor spaces. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have related to that, but just guess I'll share that we've discussed this with Ian to talk about enforceability of those rules, and it would put a lot of onus and responsibility on local businesses to enforce mask mandates, and speaking to a few local businesses, that would prove challenging. I know there's been feedback about town citizens not wanting to spend money at local businesses if they were to enforce mask mandates, which of course makes this very challenging. But we've been using local case numbers to drive our decision making, and thankfully our current case rate, I believe, is at 13, which is a positivity rate is around 2.5%, which thankfully is a low number, and we hope that it stays that way through the holidays. Our next meeting is actually scheduled a week after Thanksgiving, so we can monitor the numbers from Thanksgiving and continue to respond appropriately. And of course, keep our fingers crossed through Christmas and New Year's that people will celebrate the holidays safely. We continue to promote vaccination and sharing of local vaccine clinics. Most recently, children between the age of 5 and 11 are now eligible for vaccines and boosters. Booster eligibility continues to expand. There's an upcoming COVID vaccine clinic at Norris School, and a couple of us from the Board of Health, I believe, will be participating in that to help vaccinate. I just was reading an email about that. But that's a great opportunity for us to get our school children vaccinated as families are willing and able to participate. As far as our budget spending, so in pulling up our budget, we've been spending relatively conservatively, especially related to the SHARPS program. So if local town residents have SHARPS at home, we do accept them. You just need to call the health department. Our goal is to really minimize sharps that are being disposed of in the trash for safety of everybody, especially public workers. So if you have sharps, please just call the health department and we can help you dispose of them appropriately. We did appropriate $5,000 to the mosquito control district, which we will continue to review and have tried to respond and answer any questions that people have had about this participation. They do continue to sample mosquitoes across the state to monitor for disease prevalence, and I think we'll be reaching out to them about any potential educational opportunities for the upcoming year about how to reduce the likelihood or reduce the prevalence of mosquito-borne diseases. There's no current expense concerns reported by the board at this time. As I mentioned, we have the contact tracer funded through June, and we'll have to reevaluate that based upon the need. Our health agent continues to be able to meet the demands of the permitting and percolation tests as scheduled. It's been really busy, but she's been able to complete all the septic plan reviews as needed. There's regular communication between the Board of Health, the contact tracer, and the health director related to issuance for letters for quarantine guidance, which does take up a lot of Jerry's time. But of course, if we can keep the case numbers down in town, then that burden remains manageable. Our plans for the next 4 to 6 months, we continue to monitor the prevalence of COVID-19 in our community and reevaluate our ongoing contact tracing needs. We'll continue to revise the masking requirements in public buildings and advisory for public places. We continue to review that each meeting, but given the holidays approaching, we really probably will act conservatively through those holidays because there will be many more people gathering. And we also are noticing, because of the weather, that there's a lot more people spending time inside, which of course increases the risk of spread of COVID-19. Our goal is also to maintain good communication between other town departments, especially the school. And I know that there's been a push for us to have meetings here at the town hall, which we will be doing. And we're going to be working on making sure those meetings are live so that people can view those meetings. I understand we have to set that up with Easthampton Media. Another priority is timely completion of required inspections and testing. And most recently, we had concerned citizens bring forth Some concern about Hamden Ponds because of an increase in algae and risk for adverse health outcomes for residents around Hamden Ponds. So I know that's something that's going to be reviewed. I know that they're looking to involve some folks to maybe revisit that as an option for expansion of sewer around Hamden Ponds, because it seems like it's stressing the natural resources and increasing the risk of algae, which can affect the health of the pond. We continue to promote advocacy for COVID-19 vaccinations. As I mentioned, we share on social media. We are trying to get involved in local vaccine clinics, encourage participation in flu vaccinations, and reducing the risk of mosquito-borne illnesses, and as well as any other prevalent issues that may arise. Any questions?
No, thank you, Kate.
Great job.
Very much, very comprehensive, thank you. Anybody for Select Board?
I just want to mention that there's also a vaccine clinic at Hampshire Regional coming up, and also Gateway Regional, and the Northampton Health Department is doing, like vaccine clinics pretty much every day of the week. So just log on if you need to get a booster.
And I believe at the pharmacies now, the boosters are pretty easy to schedule at both CVS and Walgreens, from what I've seen. So we encourage people to keep on doing what they need to do. Just one question / comment. Just regarding the contact tracing. Yes. True that the ARPA, the CARES money has been used through, or will be used through December.
Correct.
I think it sounds like it's a request to use it from January to June. We haven't made decisions on the use of the ARPA money yet, but.
Thank you for clarifying. We did advocate for that to be considered, just because we really do need to have dedicated contact tracing resources. I'm not sure who would help to provide those services, as the Public Health Excellence Shared Service Grant will not cover those services.
Okay.
Would it be an option to arrange something to do month to month based on the prevalence or the need for the contact tracing, rather than, lock in for 6 months? Is there any way to go month to month?
I think it certainly could be considered. I think the challenge with that is if you're meeting month to month from the select board perspective, then you actually don't know what the prevalence of the COVID-19 contact, or prevalence of the disease would be, and also the requirement in hours for the contact tracing. And it's not paid for by case, it's paid for the service, right? So we're not really basing our current contract on even how many hours are being spent contact tracing.
Okay.
It's
Sure.
just-
I'm not suggesting that we would make the decision, but the Board of Health would make the decision, but in some type of a flexible arrangement in the event, and hopefully we get to the point where we no longer need contact tracing services, not for any reason other than the health and the welfare of the town is in good shape. That's my only thing.
Yep.
I think at this point, the most recent vote was to approve it or consider funding it through June, and then I agree that it certainly could be reevaluated after that. Even with 13 cases in town, it still does require a significant amount of resources to not only call each of the residents to make sure that the cases are transferred appropriately when it involves people from outside of Southampton, but also to document all of that information into Maven, so we fulfill the regulatory requirements.
Okay, good, thank you. Any other questions, comments? No? Thanks, Kate, that's a very comprehensive report, much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, where are we at? Oh, I guess I'm up.
Can I just make a comment that I think the both reports we had tonight provided in the information in the public hearing and in terms of the tax rate, I think provided the public with a tremendous amount of information. I think everyone did a great job.
Yeah.
I just want to thank
No,
you.
I agree, and I think that's really the intent of coming to these kinds of, I think we'll call them sporadic reports. They're not really quarterly reports, but hopefully most everybody will have a chance to do this twice a year so that we really get a much more comprehensive view of what's going on. It's not that we don't, I think everybody on the select board takes their liaison assignments very seriously and does their best to attend the meetings, but we're focusing on snippets of information and given limited time, and this really does give us the fuller perspective. So we really do appreciate the effort that's been put in on tonight's reports especially, but other ones previous to that. All right, let me jump in here as the chair of the Ad Hoc Grants Committee. All right, so the Ad Hoc Grant Search Committee was formally established by the Select Board in November 2020. It's actually been a whole year already. And basically, just to highlight, the main thing was to basically research grant opportunities for Southampton from federal, state, local, foundation, any kind of resource we could, and not just focusing on a COVID-19 focus, but much broader than that, and to work with town department heads, committees, boards, and commissions to see if there are needs that they have and whether there might be grants that would be a good match for those needs. And then we would also try to focus as being, I guess I would say, an advocate to keep the process moving. Should a grant be awarded, to be sure that things got signed and activities were happening, and that, you know, especially though for grant applications, that deadlines are met to get the grant application in, because you can have all sorts of great ideas, but if you don't put the application in, you kind of are sunk from the beginning, right? So, and then we basically, just to give you a report, over the past year, the committee has been meeting bi-weekly pretty much, and have attended several online webinars to learn of various grant program opportunities and eligibility. And depending on the grant itself, the committee meetings have involved individuals from a variety of committees and boards and departments in town, including the Greenway and the Tech Committee, the Council on Aging, the Park, Cemetery, and Historical Commissions, as well as the Highway Superintendent, Police Chief, Fire Chief, and the Norris School Principal. So we are not working just in a very limited way. We're trying to reach out and be sure that any grant that's relevant to any of those people or their work, that we're including them in the discussion and getting their input for the narrative and the need of the grant itself. Thus far, 6 grant applications have been submitted by stated deadlines, and thus far 5 have actually been awarded. And we expect to hear on the 6th by the end of this month. And that 6th one is for the Tech Committee for Cybersecurity. Basically, it's the Community Compact IT grant. For budget and spending concerns, where it is allowable, and sometimes this is not possible, the Grant Committee has been trying to include some grant administration costs in the application budget. Some programs allow for administering the grant, others don't. But it's important to keep in mind that whether we're acquiring equipment or constructing something, there are ongoing operational costs, and those need to be considered and factored in however and whenever we can. Personnel and staffing, here the Grant Search Committee is an all-volunteer committee, as are just about everybody else in town. The maximum numbers is 7, but we've been having a workable group with only 4 persons. The town administrator and 1 member of the select board are standard members of the committee, and we have 2 persons with experience in grant writing and grant management, Kate Rooks for 1 and Diana Fetterman for 2, that were identified early on, and they have been active members of the committee, and with their energy, we've managed to do a fair amount in the last year. Over the next 4 to 6 months, there are about a half a dozen grant program application deadlines coming up. From about February to May. There's a land, water, and conservation grant, a mass trails grant program, building resilient infrastructure and communities grant, a rivers, trails, and conservation assistance grant, an efficiency and regionalization grant, and a MVP action grant program. So there's probably those 6, many of them, if not all of them, would be of interest to several of these committees that I've mentioned. The issue we have is that the grant committee was only charged to work for a year. So we actually expire November 30th unless the select board would like to reauthorize us. Thus far, in 1 year's time, there have been a lot of efforts at the level of the various departments and committees and commissions in town. And they themselves have received grants valued at $217,406. And those are grants from through the police department has put in grant applications, the fire department, the highway department, Concom, Conservation Commission, Open Space Committee,
Housing.
the Housing and Planning Board have gotten this grant, an in-kind grant basically from Pioneer Valley Planning Commission. So all in all, those have been great efforts that have been done by the existing departments on their own with no input, really, no assistance from the grant search committee. People have taken the responsibility and the lead to make those applications and get that done. And so that has totaled $217,406. And then I mentioned that the grant committee itself has been responsible for submitting 6 applications, and 5 have been awarded. And those 5 have been shared streets and spaces, which was mentioned earlier as the cemetery sidewalk grant from Mass DOT. There's been a housing choice small capital grant. This is for the Greenway Committee to help acquire the railway right-of-way. A Mass Trails grant also for $100,000 for the rail corridor acquisition. Sorry, the shared streets and spaces was $123,644. With the Council on Aging, the Highland Valley Elder Services has provided a grant for $7,980 for a memory cafe. The Park Grant Program, working with the Parks Commission, has approved a $100,000 grant for a walking path and splash pad at Conant Park. And those, the last one is the Community Compact IT grant that's a request. So with all of those that have been approved, awarded, and the request, that total is $504,434 through the efforts of the grant committee. Putting the two together, that's about $721,000 of grant money coming in. Again, that last one for the Community Compact is not sure yet. We're hoping, our fingers are crossed, so that might be a little bit less. But nonetheless, we've been trying to get grants done on time, look for ones that are relevant to the town, needed by the town, and put in the applications, and we've been very, very fortunate to have several approved at this point in time. Basically, the chart is providing those details, and I think we can put that up on the website at some point in time. What I wanted to do, just to mention though, is that while this is helping to bring money into town, I think we all have to realize that there is what I would call an after-grant cost to this, and that requires submitting reports to the grant program managers, to the state or whoever it may be, as well as accounting for the grant monies by respected deadlines. And many of these grants are reimbursable, so we actually have to spend first, turn in receipts, and the accountant has to get heavily involved in filing the appropriate paperwork to get the reimbursement done. So this puts an extra workload on, obviously, not only the town administrator, especially if there's bidding involved for construction activities or things like that, but especially on the specific grant manager, the program manager of the grant locally, as well as the town accountant. So just to note that that is an extra cost that isn't often thought about. It's something that, you know, we try to factor in where the grant program allows it, but it's something just to keep in mind that while this is all good news, it does present an additional workload that can affect other priorities, and that's still a challenge. So that's the news about the grant committee.
Just want to say thank you so much to Chris Fowles and Kate Swistak Rooks and Ed Gibson and Diana Fetterman. I mean, 1 year and they're 5 for 6, and the 6th one hasn't even been awarded or decided yet. So just want to say thank you for all your incredible work, and for all of our wonderful department heads and committee chairs. This is a great document, so I think it'd be great to put it up on the web as soon as possible. This is like an amazing amount of work.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Good. So we won't need to necessarily do it tonight, but at some point by our next meeting, I think I would like to ask Select Board to think about whether we want to reauthorize the ad hoc grant search committee.
I think that's a no-brainer.
But to the will of the committee, it can be now or it can be put on for the next meeting, it doesn't matter.
I think it is a good, you know, Randall made the same point. I mean, it's great to get these grants, but if it means, you know, maintenance of more land, or it means trail maintenance, it means a lot of extra work, not just in the paperwork side of things.
Right.
It also is another resource and maintenance requirements. So we really have to put our heads together on planning a position, or some kind of an agent position to help with this.
Yeah, okay, good. All right, that's it for the grant reports, I believe, for this.
If everyone is okay, I'd like to make a motion that we reauthorize committee composition for at least for another year, through November 30th of 2022.
Okay, I hear a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
All right. All in favor?
I'll just encourage people, if they're interested in, if you know people in town that have grant writing expertise, or, if you're interested in the committee, to speak up.
Absolutely. Okay, there's a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, so be it. And then I think then the members of the committee should resubmit their forms to be reappointed. Is that correct, Ed? Correct procedure, or?
You want to give them an easy way out of not filling out the form? Yeah, I would say that would be consistent with what we've been doing.
Okay, that's fine.
I thought we just reappointed until the person declined.
Yeah, there are ways to work this around, right?
Automatic renewal.
Sounds good. All right, thank you, everyone. Moving on, I think, appointments and resignations. Let me find the right paperwork. Okay, so we have two resignations.
I'll make a motion to approve the resignations for Robin Richards, Personnel Policies and Procedure Board, and Derek, is it Geiser? Personnel Policies and Procedure Board.
All right,
Second.
second. Is there any discussion? All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Next, we have an application to serve on a town board or committee. Tracy Collins.
Make a motion to approve Tracy Collins for library trustee.
And I'll second that. Okay, go ahead. Joy has it.
All right.
Is Tracy here?
Any discussion? Tracy, would you like to say a couple words? Feel free. Happy to be here. Yeah. All right. Thank you. All right. Well, Tracy said on her paperwork that she has a vested interest in the library with kids in the Southampton school system, and she's owned and operated a small business and have worked in government before, so very willing to join the library board of trustees. So thank you. All right. So I think we have a motion and a second, yes?
Yes.
And
All
that
right. All those
motion-
in favor?
And that motion,
John, Joy.
John and Joy.
no,
I'm sorry?
but the motion contained, I believe, I heard John say.
Until May
Term
17th.
to expire at the next annual town election, May
Ah.
17th, 2022.
Absolutely.
Absolutely,
too.
correct. Your hearing is quite astute there. Thank you.
May I ask?
You're welcome.
All right, next.
Uh,
Oh, we have
we have to
another
vote.
application?
Chris, you have to call for the vote.
Do we vote?
Call for the vote.
Did we vote on that? No, okay. So all those in favor of Tracy Collins?
Aye.
Aye. All right, now we're clear. Until the next town election, all right.
Make a motion to approve Joanne Alderman, Personal Policy Procedure Board, term to expire at the next annual town meeting election, May 17, 2022.
Okay,
I'll second.
all right. Any discussion? Is she here?
No.
Okay, all right. Just to read a bit of what's on her application here. Joanne Alderman from 48 High Street. She has a Master's of Human Resource Development, Director of Human Resources, Medical West and Riverbend Medical Group until she retired in October 2013. She's a certified professional in human resources, previously served on the PQB in Southampton, and has assisted in writing the Southampton Personnel Policies and Procedures Handbook. Okay, so good, all right. All right, we have a motion and a second, I believe. All those in favor?
Aye.
Just want to say thank you to Jackie for stepping up on,
Yeah.
on this committee. She's very experienced, obviously.
Yeah, very good, okay. Thank you much. All right, let's move on to reports. Town Administrator report. Ed, I'm gonna let you take it over.
Sure. Updates. Jennifer Day has asked about the possibility of Vicky Morrow being hired as a contractor to help Bradley complete the tax recap portion of our DLS Gateway report so that we may get our fiscal year '22 tax rate set and the tax bills sent. So that's an option to the board. You can discuss and later on. At last night's Housing Authority Committee, they heard a presentation regarding a 41-unit proposed development, which would be off College Highway, which would include up to 10 affordable housing units. They were also told that the current owners of the properties have asked to have a 3.91 acre parcel cut out from the property that they are selling to the developer, and that this 3.91 acre parcel may be available to the town as a donation. Also, the current property owner would retain the property at the front of that parcel, which is zoned commercial, which would allow for 4 commercial lots. We have received 2 quotes from Maya for our underground storage tank, which holds diesel fuel at the highway garage. Due to the tank now being 30 years old, the deductible amounts have gone up considerably. Last year, the deductible was $10,000, and the policy cost us about $640. This year, one quote is with a $100,000 deductible, and the cost is $559. The second option is for a $50,000 deductible, and the cost for that policy is $2,800. How would the board like to proceed for this year?
I think keep on going and we'll come back to discussion.
The contractor for Holyoke Gas and Electric, who was doing the directional drilling to move the gas line off the East Street Bridge and run it under the river, will be finishing up the tie-in work for the new gas line this week. The state annual elevator inspection for the town hall is scheduled for Thursday, November 18th in the morning. The annual audit of payroll for our workers' compensation is currently happening through Maya. The street and road updates for this construction season are still continuing. A certain section of East Street are scheduled to have a paved level overlay by the vendor, and before you left for vacation, it was going to be this week. Is it still going to be this week?
No.
No?
No, they pushed us off.
Okay, thanks.
Supposed to be yesterday and today.
That's what I thought. And these road updates are being done through the use of our Chapter 90 funding from the state. The Group 1 representative to the Cost Efficiencies Alternative Committee is Bradley Oxen. The Group 2 representative is Janet Kane, and the Group 3 representative is Ian Illingsworth. And just as a reminder, the assessor's office will be open on Mondays from 9 a.m. to 2:30 p.m., Tuesdays from 9 a.m. to noon, and also on Wednesdays from 9 a.m. to 2:30 p.m., while they are looking to fill the full-time principal assessor vacancy. The temporary part-time principal assessor, David Zagorski, is starting working in the office. And then upcoming, the next select board meeting is November 23rd, and the select board meetings for December are to be determined.
Okay. So with that, I would suggest that we maybe have 2 or 3 points of discussion here while we're still on Ed's report. John, question first? Go ahead.
Well, just clarification on, I'll skip over C for the moment. On letter B, College Highway starts at Easthampton and ends in Westfield. Could you narrow it down a little bit more for me?
What's that?
On letter B.
B, college, we're on College Highway.
It just says College Highway.
Oh.
In front of the Parker and, or the other side of the Parker and O'Grady.
Gotcha. Okay.
The other side of the Parker and O'Grady law firm.
Across from Cumberland Farms.
Across
Yeah.
from that area.
On letter F, workers' comp, I'm assuming with us being shut down, you're going to see a credit. How does the town typically handle a credit if and such? It does come in as a credit. Does it merely get applied to next year's bill, or do we actually receive it as physical check?
If my memory's correct, I believe they actually do give us an option to take a check, but.
And you make the decision at that point?
And make a decision at that point. But probably since I've been here, credits a little bit outweigh extra cost, but not by much. Of probably the 3 I've been through so far, 2 have provided us with credits, but 1 we actually had to contribute more due to the
I'm just thinking because
audit.
of COVID and being shut down and people being out of work for periods of time, that's my only thought process on that. And then on letter H, and this question might be more directed towards the chair. Do we have an update on the town folk appointments to that committee? Or no, we just have group 1, 2, and 3?
So far, we have not heard, I believe you had somebody from the school that you told us, had you not?
Yes, so Eliza Pluto will be representing the
Okay.
school committee's interest.
To my knowledge, we haven't heard yet from the other two committees, which are Plan and Finance.
Planning and Finance also have.
Yeah, I know Planning is meeting in the next week or so, so we're
Yes.
hoping to hear from there. So we need to finalize that, and we don't have any, at-large town members. We had asked for 3 members that have got experience in financial management or human resources to help us out. And we do have an interested person who said that she didn't feel like she had those qualifications, but she's been a long-term resident in town and would like to help out if we needed her. So I told her we would get back to her once we were fully organized in terms of what was happening there. But we were specifically looking for people that had some financial background and human resource background to help us out. But if you're listening out there, we can still take your name. We'd like to get a first meeting off the ground, and I really would like to do that probably in the first week or so of December, just to get something situated and start the committee with a, movement forward in terms of what we're trying to do to look at various services in town, look at ways to improve services, certainly look at our overall financial health in town, and look at sustainability of the kinds of things that we have on our plate right now, where we're running into problems, and how we can look at maybe shared services where we're offering services to another town, we're getting services from another town, whatever ideas we may have from a variety of perspectives. So that's part of the intent of the program. The actual committee description, if you will, is up on the town website under the volunteer page. It describes what the intent of the committee is, what the composition is. It's also been on the, in Robert's newsletter, and it's also been on the community page at the Southampton Community Facebook page. But anybody else who's listening that would like to reach out, please just send a note off to Ed and let us know of your interest. But we would like to get this committee focused and up and running at least one meeting before the end of the year. We envision this to be a monthly meeting as we move forward on that, okay? So this would be a new ad hoc committee, but I think one that's really necessary and relevant to the town, to take a look at how we can improve our financial health and put some situations, look at a lot of situations and try to figure out best solutions for us all, okay? All right.
Can I ask Ed another question?
Yes, another question, go ahead.
Ed, is there anything, the signage seems to be off in terms of the East Street Bridge. Are they going to, right now, there's a sign on College Highway that says, "Bridge closed ahead." Like, is that going to stay like that?
So,
Sure,
Go ahead.
go ahead.
I'll speculate, because I haven't spoken to the project manager, but I believe it has to be so far away from the actual construction. So my speculation is that as you come up East Street, there isn't sufficient room for it to go on East Street, so then it had to be, if you're going to be 500 feet away from the construction,
Yeah.
it might have pushed it up and then onto Route 10.
But Randall, doesn't it make sense to put a sign underneath that says East Street? So when you're coming down College Highway, you say road closed ahead.
An arrow to the
And then if
right
it
or
said East Street,
I believe it does
I don't-
say
It-
East
it-
Street.
It doesn't, but.
It doesn't say East Street Bridge?
No, but
The
personally,
electronic sign does.
personally, I think the electronic sign now takes care of what that bridge closed ahead sign, but I had reached
Makes it
out
sound like the bridge is on
to
College Highway.
the engineering firm and the contractor on that, and haven't heard back yet, but that's probably one of the things we'll go over at the pre-construction
Pre-construction.
meeting.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would also, as a resident on Strong Road, I mean, several of us in
April.
this room.
microphone.
Sorry. Sorry.
April West, Strong Road. As a resident of Strong Road, it would be, I think, helpful to move the sign that's there now to a further out sign intersection so that people aren't using people's driveways to turn around. Just because,
Yeah.
I mean, you're getting pretty close to the bridge when the sign is there. So it may be more helpful to have more notification, even for those of us that go down that road like 15,000 times a day, to remind us to go another way.
Yeah, good point. All right, thank you.
The other question I had was just, do you anticipate a meeting next Tuesday?
Oh, for us?
Yeah.
I'm going to have to look at the schedule.
Okay.
We might actually have a night off.
Okay. So we have, I think, probably two things we ought to discuss on this set of updates, along with selecting December meetings. Let's do an easy one. Can we do the December meetings first?
Sure.
All right, if we were following our schedule, it looks like it would be December 7 and 21. Is that right?
Does it matter that the town meeting is on the 14th? Usually we have a
We might
meeting
have to have
before the
something.
town
We
meeting.
might need another one before
Yep.
that. Well, this, yeah,
Do we
7.
just stay with the 7th and the 21st? 21st if needed?
Yeah.
So sorry, you're suggesting the 7th and 21st if needed? Is that your
Right,
suggestion?
have the 7th, but then the 21st only if it's needed, since that's Christmas
Mhm.
week.
Because the town meeting, we've got set for the 14th right now. All right, let's go with December 7th and 21 if needed for right now. Does that make sense? Everybody okay with that?
Yes.
All right, okay, that was relatively painless. All right. Now, two issues. Let's back up. So we've got one on the highway underground storage tank. While Randall's here, let's talk about this idea. So we have the storage tank that we saw on the list here that's already 30 years old. The insurance on it has not been terribly costly, but now with its age, the cost for the policy is pretty much the same, but the deductible has gone from $10,000 to $100,000 deductible.
Right.
And a new tank, according to your list, was like 20 to 30,000 maybe?
And that's an old number.
Yeah, but it shouldn't be in the 100,000s, is it?
I don't believe so, but I want to qualify that I don't have hard numbers.
Yeah.
So I'll give you a little history. We used to have a gasoline storage tank as well as a diesel storage tank. The gasoline tank ended up having a leak in what's called the interstitial space. They're double-walled tanks, and there is a sensor in between,
Yeah.
and we had a detection in there causing us to have to remove the tank. The town decided not to replace the gasoline tank. So we ended up switching to gasoline cards. The majority of our fleet is diesel, however, and for continuity of operations, my preference would be to have diesel fuel on site if we ever have a huge emergency. The gas stations get pretty busy pretty fast.
So could I ask? Could you just expand on that? What's the size of the diesel tank?
It's
And how
a
much do you keep
4,000
in there?
gallon underground tank.
4,000?
Yes.
Now, to the extent you're using the WEX card for fueling, does that help us or not? Can that replace this diesel tank?
Again, it could. However, I believe the closest 24-hour diesel place where we can get diesel is Cumberland Farms in Westfield, so you'd be going out of town. And again, if they get shut down, we're shut down. And I can't stress that enough. For continuity of operations, it's my belief we want that diesel tank. I mean, when we removed the gasoline tank, I felt the same way, but at least we still have the majority of our fleet as diesel vehicles. So the pickups, once they ran out of gas, we would stop plowing with them, but
Yeah. And the WEX card, though, is used for both gas and diesel, or
can be, yes.
can be?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
I assume we're budgeted for 640 for this year, right now?
I might have been a little off on that. We have $611 left in that insurance account, which covers the $589, which would have been for the one with $100,000 of coverage. If we prefer to go to lessen our risk and go to the $50,000 for the $2,800, then as another article in town meeting, we'll just have to transfer funds from somewhere else to
What is
cover
the-
that $2,200.
What is the renewal date?
What's that?
What's the renewal date of the insurance?
I believe it's towards the end of this month.
Right. And then not having it here in front of me, but I'm assuming this policy is the event of a leakage, this is the policy to clean up and contain the spill.
Correct.
So, I mean, You buy insurance for a risk, so we're willing to pay the lower amount because we've got an extra $100,000 if this 30-year-old tank goes. But if we go to the 50,000, then we can get 2,800, which we don't have the money for, which on the old number is 14% of the replacement cost. You know, I kind of think my own stance here is we can take the short end of the thing, go with the 100,000 deductible for the 559, provided that, let's get a true price on what this tank's gonna cost, and before this policy renews again, let's get this thing out of the ground, replace it. I understand what Randall's saying about having it, but worst case scenario, if we have to drain the tank and shut down for a 2-month, 3-month period, and we can use the WEX cards, and again, I don't know how much money's sitting in the capital account, maybe depending on pricing and all that, this can get expedited and be resolved before the end of this fiscal year. So we're back to our norms.
But in the interim, to consider doing the 1-year extension for the 559 with the higher deductible?
No,
Well, yeah, I mean, I would do that because we can't afford the smaller deductible.
Smaller one, yeah.
And then, but part of me says, why even have the policy?
Yeah.
Because is it gonna cost more than $100,000?
well, yeah, what he was, I thought,
Yeah,
what he
we're
was,
required to have a policy,
Yeah.
so.
I'm sure
What
you
is the
can-
replacement cost about?
No, that's what we don't really know yet. So on the chart, it was like 20 to 30,000, but we really don't know those figures.
I thought that what John was saying is that we drain the tank, for all intents and purposes, close it down, use commercial diesel until we have the funds, you know, maybe for a couple of months to replace the tank. But the intention would be to replace the tank, right?
Yeah, I would just say, instead of, yeah, I agree with that. Instead of just draining tomorrow morning saying drain the whole tank, just don't refill it.
Right.
Start draining it off, figure out what a real price would be to replace it in real time, and then determine whatever that number is, do we even have a funding source for it?
Right.
And just move forward with that. So to answer this question, the $100,000 deductible at 559, because we can afford that in the budget.
Right.
But that's a short-term fix.
Right.
Right.
Probably don't want him refilling the tank. I'm sure it was just filled last week.
Yeah. And how much?
Yeah,
It
see?
was?
How often does it get filled?
What?
How often does it get filled? Is it like a monthly,
So, I mean, it depends on, in the wintertime, we
Usage.
get a lot of storms, we burn a lot
Yeah.
of diesel.
Yeah.
Again, I want to say just, it's going to mean I'm sending trucks down to west.
Okay.
If we go with this option to drain the tank now, we're approaching our busiest season for diesel.
Yeah.
It's going to involve sending guys down to Westfield to fill up with diesel, so.
Yeah,
No,
so,
I misspoke. What John, talking about what John said, by drain the tank, use what is left in the tank, don't refill it.
Oh, right, I mean, it'll go, a couple storms.
right.
It goes
But in the
quickly.
meantime, in the next 30 or 45 days, find out what a real price would be. Is it, in fact, $20,000 to replace this tank?
Okay.
Or is it more? You may come back and say it's $75,000. That's a whole different argument. If it's $20,000, I tend to think whether or not there's going to be support for it, I tend to think out of the existing capital money, that could just be done.
Okay, I can request, so we went down, I will tell you, we went down this road before about replacement on the gasoline tank, and I had our consultant prepare like different cost estimates for above-ground tanks. I can have them do it again, but if that's what you want me to do.
I think going into the busiest season, I think it's, I wouldn't support that. I mean, Randall, I mean, you're the department head. I think
I mean,
that,
I don't mind going and getting the cost estimates, but
yeah.
I would.
To me, that we're, one way or another, we're gonna do this 559 for 100,000. You can, you know, we just saw the capital request
Yeah.
that's a mile and a half long. I just feel like, I'm hearing that you would prefer to, maintain operations, and so I would support doing that and work towards replacing this.
Yeah.
We have a, year on this policy, right?
Right. So
Right.
if we think this is due up at the end of November, so we could take a look at the actual policy itself, if people would like to do that, to have a copy of the policy renewal, to read that. Is that what you'd like for the next meeting?
No, I just
I'm
was
not
looking
needing
about the
that.
effective
No,
date.
I don't
that's
need
all.
that.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, fine.
I'm hearing that he'd rather maintain operations and, going into the winter season, use existing diesel on site. And in the meantime, look into what would it cost to replace that, and what would the insurance savings be? Because if it's gonna be, $100,000 no matter what we do, then that's important to know.
Right.
Okay.
And the other thing to keep in mind, and I don't know if you're going to be affected by this, but it seems like everything you want to order has significant delays, so we need to take that into consideration.
Right. Yeah, that's why I think we can certainly be hopeful that we could get something, if this had to come from capital and be on the town warrant for the annual town meeting, I think that would be a
Well,
realistic.
and that's fine. I mean, this is
Be realistic.
2024. My
Yeah.
guess is the price jumped because it's a 30-year-old item now.
Yeah.
And it's been buried underground for 30 years and no one's seen it. So next year, I imagine the insurance is going to double again. And we're going to double it again. We're going to go 2 more years before we get out to 2024. So, yeah, continue operations. I don't disagree with that. I'm not saying shut everything down, but start the process now and what the price is going to be on that. Otherwise, you are going to lose diesel altogether.
Yeah.
Because we're not going to continue to afford these price increases or these deductibles.
Right.
In the event that when a 30-year-old item actually fails.
We're in trouble. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're in trouble.
So are we willing to take a vote tonight about going with the 1-year renewal at $559 for the $100,000 deductible? Are we ready to do that tonight?
I am.
I think it's our only choice.
Yes.
Yeah,
All right, could I have a motion then?
I'll make a motion to approve the renewal of the policy at $559 annually with a $100,000 deductible.
All right.
Second.
All right, any further discussion?
I've just got a few more
Yes.
comments that might help.
Sure.
Well, one question. You still want me to reach out for cost estimates now
Yeah.
and get those
Yeah, let's
rolling?
start-
Okay.
start that
You're about
process.
to get your capital letter anyway, so you're
Right
going to
on.
be into that process.
Yeah.
Okay, very
Yeah.
good. But just to let you know, we have monthly inspections of the tank system. There are sensors in the piping as well as the interstitial space of the double-walled tank. If that helps at all. I mean, there's a lot of sensors that get checked monthly. I check the inventory weekly. So just if that puts your mind at ease at all,
Okay,
it's not a complete guarantee, which is why we still need
Yeah,
insurance,
but-
but I just want you to know it's not just like it's,
Right, so you're encouraging us to kick the can on this one.
well, rather than,
No.
than drain it in my busy season where, diesel's there and I need diesel now. Yeah, a little bit, John.
I know.
Yeah, well, what he's actually, what he's actually encouraging us to do is stick our necks out for that extra risk of the 100,000.
I don't know where it's going to come from.
Well,
I'll get you the cost
yeah.
estimate as soon as we can and we can get this
No,
thing
that's
out of the
fair enough.
ground by.
Either that or
December.
not even insure it if it's going to cost more than $100,000 to, or less than $100,000 to replace it. Why are we paying the $559?
we're required to have the insurance to have the tank.
yeah.
I know, I'm
Yeah,
being
so we,
Well, yeah. Yeah, so we have no choice. The $10,000 deductible is off the table, obviously, so we
Yes.
don't seem to have too much of a
Right.
choice. Okay, anything else? If not, are we ready to take a vote to go with the motion that's on the table for a 1-year renewal at about $559 with a $100,000 deductible? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay,
thank you.
All right, and then the first issue about Jen asking about having Vicky come back as a contractor to help Bradley with the tax recap portion. We can discuss that now briefly, but we will take it up also partly as part of the, where did we have it on here? We've got it on the agenda
Audit?
somewhere. On the, yeah, the audit scope of work. So it'll be up in the next couple of agenda items, or we can take it up right now. What would your pleasure?
The only thing that I would say is I would just, I haven't looked that far ahead to see what's going to be there, but I would just, I personally am just cautious about talking about people by their individual names when, at least on what's before us, doesn't look like this person brought this idea forward. At least what's written here. So I wouldn't want to go too far down the road about having a conversation in a public setting
Okay,
about
well then let's,
someone's possible intent.
okay, well said. We'll bring it up when we get to that actual agenda item and talk about it in part of, as part of the scope of work for the closeout of FY '21.
And I just want to know when it has to be completed in order to comply with the tax recap.
Does somebody know that answer? When the,
I would have to look that up.
okay,
It's not too far out.
okay. All right, so we'll come back around on that one. Okay. Okay, some select board reports, if we have some very short ones, please, hopefully concise, so we can keep on moving. Reading.
All my committees have all met, and it's all very busy, but I'll be concise. Community Preservation Committee met 11/3. They approved to put to the voters the park grant, matching grant for the accessible path through Corner Park with a splash pad. Also approved appraisal and down payment for 20 acres of contiguous land up by the, up by Mountain Path. Is that the correct name now?
I think it's called Great Mountain Path.
Great Mountain Path, okay. Also discussed the Park Committee developing a 10-year plan. That was Mark Reed's contribution. Also, we're going to put to the voters $270,000 towards the Greenway. This is a shift from the debt exclusion that was approved in the spring. They are now shifting that to CPA requests because it's now allowed. And then also, Virginia Ahart mentioned that there is discussions in the legislature about changing the percentage of the surcharge. More to find about that. The next meeting is 12/1. Council on Aging, the Memory Cafe I said was a huge success, funded by the Highland Valley Elder Service. The next one is 11/18 from 10 to 12. If there are people that know, people that might benefit from a program that focuses on memory difficulties. They also have a technology consultant, so if people are interested in having assistance one-on-one, it's very popular and it's available. There's also cards for Good Eats to Go. This is for the, to get meals on 11/18, and this is funded by the CARES Act. There's a job description, which is going to be coming to us for program coordinator. This is replacing the administrative assistant that left. There's a big need for a program coordinator. And just a reminder that we did get a significant donation from David Parsons' estate towards the design and plan for a new senior center. There was an initial meeting to look at what needs to happen moving forward, and there is a time limit on that. Their next meeting is 12/1. Board of Assessors, April's here as the chair, so I don't know if you want to say anything or you want me to summarize. Okay, so they're looking, they've been looking at lands taking out a chapter, signing off, reviewing tax abatement for motor vehicles, recruitment of a principal assessor. That's the very important piece. We're going to get a PCF for the administrative assistant for continuation of her increased hours to cover the office. Next meeting is 11/16 at 1 p.m. Lastly, the Public Safety Complex met yesterday. They are meeting next Monday to make a recommendation to the Select Board on the composition and charge of the committee. It's been 5 years since that happened, so they're going to be relooking at that. They are going to be coming and reporting to the Select Board on the 23rd of November. There was discussion regarding the advantages and disadvantages of the Public Safety Complex being behind the fire station versus elsewhere, and that's it.
Okay. And maybe just one more thing for tomorrow. I think Council on Aging, there's a veterans lunch.
Yes,
for Veterans
thank
Day
you very
tomorrow?
much for mentioning that.
Okay,
Yep.
I believe tomorrow. All right. Yes, please. Yeah.
April West, Board of Assessors. So we've just held the tax classification hearing. By November 30th, the assessors are to submit the tax recap and all schedules to the Bureau of Accountants, as well as the accountant needs to submit Schedule A to that same Bureau of Accountants. Failure to file Schedule A by this date may result in the withholding or forfeiture of state aid. We don't want to go there.
Nope. Is that deadline the 30th also?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. Important information. Thank you. All right. Anything else, Rainey?
Nope.
All right. Joy.
Sure. So October 28th, the Housing Production Plan met along with that, which was the Housing Authority and members from the Planning Board. They are having their community meeting November 18th via Zoom at 6:30. Flyers were made and approved, and those will be going out. And that meeting will be talking about the goals of the Housing Production Plan. Let's see, Conservation Commission met on November 1st. They discussed the Chapter 61A request, which we're going to be discussing later on this evening. They waived their position on purchasing the parcel. There was discussion in regards to the solar enforcement MOU, and they're waiting to finalize conditions and doing site visits there. Manhan Meadows are still waiting to hear back from John Kane, and that process has slowed down. They need to remove trees from the suspension bridge, so they're going to look to hire a company in the spring. Otherwise, that's it for Conservation Commission. Their next meeting is going to be November 15th via Zoom at 6 p.m. Housing Authority met last night. They discussed, as the town administrator brought up, the proposal for the housing, the affordable housing in conjunction with residential housing. It was a really excellent presentation. And so hopefully, they were really excited about it. Hopefully they'll hear more about it. They also discussed the Chapter 61A parcel in regards to whether or not that could be used for housing. So that is also on their radar. And we can discuss that further when we get to that in the agenda. Besides that, they just discussed the housing production plan, again, meeting November 18th. The Housing Authority is meeting again on December 1st at 6 p.m. via Zoom. Planning Board met. They're still going over the bylaws, the zoning bylaws. Their next meeting is November 17th at 6 p.m. here in Town Hall. They also have a joint meeting with Housing Authority December 1st to go over the inclusionary bylaw and accessory housing, so that Housing Authority, it's not a joint meeting, I'm sorry, excuse me, representatives from Housing Authority will be joining the meeting to have a discussion on that in regards to the zoning bylaws that affect affordable housing in the town. So it should be a very interesting meeting on December 1st. And Open Space did not meet. They're meeting tomorrow, November 10th at 6 p.m. via Zoom, and I'm sure they're going to be discussing the Chapter 61A parcel as well. And I also went to the Edwards Library Board of Trustees meeting, which was held November 4th. Besides what we're going to be discussing on the agenda for the what's going on the town warrant, there was an issue that is of pressing concern. The boiler in the library needs to be replaced as soon as possible, or the pipes will freeze. And my understanding is that there were funds that were approved, and
I believe that was approved at the town meeting.
Yes,
Right.
so
Yep.
they're looking at a status for when they can replace that as soon as possible, especially.
We'll have to put it out to bid.
Okay,
Yep.
so that's something to wait on for bid. Okay, because winter's coming, so that's, pipes freezing, it's going to be a concern.
Yeah, you have to go to the front.
Okay.
Do we have any kind of timeline for the?
Name and-
Oh, sorry, Jessica Huffnagel, Library, Moose Brook Road. Do we have any timeline for that bid process, or what can we expect?
I'll call the engineer firm tomorrow, and I'll also see what Barbara originally had as the estimating quote from the contractor.
Okay,
That
thank
may
you.
help us.
Thank you.
And their next meeting is December 2nd, if anyone wants to join, and that's all from me.
Okay, thanks. All right. Moving in this direction, Francine.
Okay, the Human Resources Regional Feasibility Project held a brief meeting on October 27th to conduct a final review of the application for proposals to conduct in-depth interviews with representatives of participating towns in order to gather information about the type of HR services that are needed by each town. The result of those interviews will be a product and a plan that will design services that the towns can access on an as-needed basis. So it's going to be a regionalized service that we would only use those services that we think we need. And that's a great improvement in the absence. We're not a large town, but we're not a small town. And I think having those resources available will be helpful to departments and all the boards. The completion of this project was extended beyond the December 31st original deadline, and the next meeting is scheduled for tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. The bylaw committee met twice. It met on October 27th and again on November 1st. At those meetings, we met with the highway superintendent, the town clerk, and the health director to ensure that the language in our recycling bylaw for the transfer station met the state requirements for recycling credits to the town. We also met with the animal inspector to ensure that the draft dog and dog kennel bylaw was consistent with state requirements and local practices. The animal inspector was essentially in agreement with the bylaw content. The next step in this process is to publish the draft of this bylaw on the town website for comment and to conduct a public meeting on the topic, probably after the first of the year. We also finalized language on previous bylaws that we've been reworking just based on input from town residents. Once that's completed, it'll be made ready for the select board approval, which again will probably be after the first of the year. And then finally, the Board of Health met on November 1st. As you heard from Caitlin, Southampton had 13 active COVID cases as of October 29th. The board was supportive of the select board signing on to the Mass in Motion initiative, which would provide information and resources to educate both children and adults on healthy life activities. Residents of Hamden Ponds area attended that meeting to express their concern about the status of the current sewer septic system in that area. That will continue to be addressed. In terms of the update on the Board of Health, you heard from Caitlin this evening. The next meeting is scheduled for December 6th.
All right, thanks. John?
I also attended the HR meeting. I have no additional comments other than what Francine already said. Finance has not met, PPPQ has not met, and Capital Committee has not met.
Okay. All right. I have nothing from my end. The grant committee is just kind of in a holding pattern, but we will meet hopefully in the next couple weeks sometime. The tech committee hopefully will finish up their work. They have been working on more detail on that voice over IP proposal for us, and they plan to get us something so that we can have that on the agenda for the next meeting. So we'll have more discussion on that, okay? All right, so I think that's it for the various reports. Thanks, everybody. Let's run quickly. We've got 2 or 3 old business meetings, and I know we've got people waiting here for a couple of major issues regarding things on the agenda, but let's take a look at where we are with the audit update. Ed, outstanding issues there?
Yeah. Want to pass that down, please? This should have been in your packets, so my apologies. The outstanding auditing questions which are left that we have to answer, and my intent is to get these done in the next 2 weeks, is activity level controls, cash disbursement cycle questionnaire, activity level controls, reporting and closing cycle questionnaire, coastal ambulance billing reports, summary and aging, grant deficits for Chapter 90, 9/11 incentive grant, and COVID-19. And they're probably just, most of them are probably just journal entries. Example of financial package to board during fiscal year 20, an IT questionnaire, police outsay detail for fiscal year 20, capital projects inactive status, enterprise budget versus actual trends, or enterprise fund budget versus actual trends, indirect cost questionnaire, a quarterly reconciliation with the school, and what are the policies and procedures in place for encumbrances.
Okay, so you want to talk a little bit about how you're going to tackle that? Is this all falling on your shoulders, or is this something that other people can be helping with, or how is this going to work out?
Some people can help with a few of them. Probably a majority of it will end up falling on my shoulders, and I will actually recruit Bradley to help me do some research on some of this.
What would be something for the IT questionnaire, for example? What would that involve?
I'd have to go back and take a look at that particular questionnaire. It usually has questions on it about how often we change passwords and things like that.
Okay. And their question on grant deficits, they're assuming that we are overspent, am I reading that right? On
The end
Chapter
of the-
90 and 9111?
The end of the year reports would indicate that. But like I said, with COVID-19, it might indicate that, but there's also COVID-19 funds sitting in a revenue account. So I would just have to show them that.
Other questions? Sorry, I didn't mean to take the lead here.
So they don't come back to you, they're not continuing to ask questions, either these is the original set of questions that they presented, or they
They
added to the
have,
list?
no, they have continued to ask questions which add up into these and some others which have already been answered, but they have not asked any new ones in a few weeks. So my estimation is this will wrap it up for us.
All right, I know, it feels like we keep on
Yeah.
dealing with this. We have to have a date certain when this gets done. I don't know how we make it happen, given our multiple priorities, but what can we really expect, Ed, from your point of view on this, so that we can feel like we've dealt with
My
this?
intent is to finish it off in the next 2 weeks. However, the caveat is I can't get the response back from the board of everything else. This is a priority, this is a priority. So if this is the number one priority, then that's the number one priority.
Well, I think, speaking for myself, I would say this is a number one priority, along with getting the statement of work out for the 21 closeout, which we'll be talking about momentarily, but it's certainly all the things for the town meeting warrant. I mean, that's kind of a dual priority, I guess, with this, right? I mean, I don't know how much time that's going to take us, but,
Which is the number one priority is what I'm asking.
well, we have a town meeting set as well, so what's anybody else think? We've already set a date for the town meeting, we can't
Well,
change that at this moment, right?
I mean, one question that I have, and it has to do with the town meeting, is the reason why we got backed into December was for the grant associated with the splash pad.
Yeah, the park
The
grant.
park
So
grant.
if we were to let that go, then we can push a town meeting.
True.
And say we're not, so I guess that's one question I have in my mind after hearing from Parks and Rec 2 weeks ago, and that $100,000 is basically just gonna give us one spigot of water spraying
That
out.
all got updated for the meeting that they had, their most
Yeah,
recent
there
meeting
was
they
a
had at
most-
CPC.
Yeah, Dan
This
Lavelle
past
from
week.
Parks gave a good presentation on all that.
When-
CPC approved it at the last meeting this past week.
Go to town meeting, at least
So
let the
that
voters
happened after the
decide.
Board of Selectmen meeting?
Yes.
Well, I don't know anything about that.
Yeah,
And there's one other article under CPC that
it's time sensitive.
is time sensitive that should be done by December 31st, which is the one for the canal.
Yeah,
Yep.
right.
So I think that's not an option. I mean, it's an option if we
Right.
want to lose the
So then
grant
it
money.
sounds like we gotta push the audit. Because we
Well-
only got 2 weeks here, right? And then we're into Thanksgiving, and then we're past the period of time with the warrant, so all that needs to be done with it, you know.
Remind us again when we have to have the warrant done and posted? Sorry? 21st of November.
November 3rd.
23.
23rd,
November 23.
Okay, so that's our
next
next
Monday.
scheduled meeting, and we've got to figure out if we need a meeting in between, right?
Right.
Okay.
Obviously, I think the priority is setting the tax rate.
Yeah, the tax rate. Okay,
So hearing all that, Chris, I guess this list, I guess I would want this completed no later than Christmas. Because first we do the warrant, then we gotta do the tax rate by the 30th. We got the 23rd for the warrant, the 30th,
For the
the
tax.
Schedule As need to be in for the tax rate. And then we can move on. If Ed's saying he needs 2 weeks to finish, I mean,
No, I hear you. You really think you,
obviously if you have spare time, you keep chipping away at it.
Right, I would keep chipping away at it.
That would be my.
I mean, yeah, I guess I'm
And
assuming
I-
that
As well.
yeah.
With those other two that you're throwing in there, I still don't see that going to Christmas.
Yeah.
Should be able to do it before that.
I mean, it
so.
does sound like
I would say by December 15th.
we've got deadlines for sure with the tax recap information and the town meeting warrant. So that takes us through the 30th of November easily. And I think if in between times, when you have a moment, if you're picking off one by one, you're not waiting to send the whole package in, right? I'm assuming you're doing one that you can and getting it off your desk out of this
Exactly.
list, right? So
So is December 15th unrealistic?
can we
We
try?
just picked the 7th since that's our meeting.
The 7th is the meeting, and then the town hang on. Town meeting is the 14th at this point in time?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So let's aim for, I mean, I guess, I mean, I don't know what the ramifications are if, we've got to get it done no matter what. So we can't, I don't think, walk into next calendar year with that still hanging out there. So,
So do we want to say substantial completion of this outstanding list by December 7th?
okay. Define substantial?
Well, I'd say 90% or more.
There's 12 items
Still
on here.
not done.
Well,
You gotta have it done.
I mean, some of the, again, the last one, what are the policy and procedure in place for encumbrance? That's just got to be a copy and paste from the previous year, unless something changed. I'm just thinking about these. The questionnaires are usually 2 or 3 pages, but unless they provide you with the previous year's questionnaires to do a comparison on,
You got to look
You
them
get-
up.
right.
Right, you got to find them.
I mean,
And-
it's time consuming.
Yeah, and that part I can have Bradley help me with.
Right,
Okay.
yeah.
All right, let's say substantial progress on this by the December 7th meeting and report out at that point in time. Everybody agree?
Right?
Yep.
All right.
Sounds good.
All right, thank you. Okay, the audit contract scope of work. Could you fill us in on that part? This was the idea to have a contract to close out FY '21. We were going to do a scope of work, and we had 3 possible entities that would be interested perhaps in helping us do that, so fill us in.
That was completed and sent out last week
And
to the 3 entities.
any responses at this point?
I got a response back from one that had questions and asked me if I had any time this week to talk to him about it. I had responded if she had any availability yesterday or today, I'd make myself available, and I have not heard back yet, so I guess it'll be later this week
Okay.
for
Can
that.
you remind me of the 3? One was Melanson, right?
Melanson,
Yeah.
Kershaw, and then Hunter.
Okay. All right, any further thoughts? I think, assuming we're going to need a meeting in the next week for the town meeting warrant, before our 23rd meeting, we haven't talked about that, but I'm going to guess that we need another meeting in between time, before the town meeting warrant finalization. So can we hope for between now and next Tuesday, we could get some finalization on there from people?
Sure.
Okay, so we can move on that one. We definitely need to get that off the dime. With that, let's circle back to the issue that was brought up and
I'm sorry, Chris.
Yeah.
The annual audit contract scope of work, that's the one specifically related to 2020. Well, so is this looking for the new auditors? Good, right,
no, this is closeout of
Of
last fiscal year,
which, 2021,
right,
okay.
yeah. We haven't even talked about what we're doing with the audit firm
Well,
going
it just
forward.
says annual audit, so
Oh, okay,
that's all. It's
yeah,
not.
it's for
right.
2021,
Okay,
right. Yes, it's not going forward yet, it's the one to close out.
yep.
Sorry,
Yep,
that could
I'm
have
with
been
you.
better written. Yeah, close out fiscal '21, the scope of work for that task, okay? So that has been out. We're waiting on people. We've had 1 interested party out of the 3 so far. And we will hope for progress on that by next meeting, all right? Circling back around on the earlier mention in Ed's report about having someone help us with the tax recap. And I understand John's point that we had heard third hand about this. Personally, I don't know if that, I assume part of that might have been in the scope of work. I guess I don't know that or not, to do the tax recap, or is that a separate issue? I mean, if we were to go this way of having a local person, the previous accountant help us with the tax recap, that would not deter from the scope of work that's currently gone out, right?
No, and then we can just subtract it from that
As
scope
a
of work.
task.
but-
So this would be an isolated task to do the tax recap and get that tax rate set so that the bills can get out as one
Correct.
isolated task, is what I'm
One
understanding.
isolated piece.
So you're talking about the tax recap and the Schedule A,
Right.
which both pieces are needed
Yes,
to set the tax, and the Schedule A is,
right.
I will say this, I have seen Schedule A many times filed after November 30th.
Well,
I'm not that worried about Schedule A.
but we don't want to, yeah, we'd rather not
We're not, we're
do
not
that.
gonna do that.
Let's not go there.
I
Let's try to be within the deadlines. So with that, so the notion would be, I guess, do we have a sense, I think, if we could have a sense of how much time that would take, that would maybe help us, because then we'd have to figure out where we would figure out costing to do that. But I mean, the way I'm hearing this, having the previous accountant help the new accountant to do this particular isolated task seems to make a level of sense if that person is available, so that we can meet these November 30th deadlines. But we need to understand how much time it would take and what it might cost us to do that, because that is in addition to whatever the scope of work for closing out fiscal '21 is going to be. Am I correct in
Well-
all of what I've said there?
I don't know if it would necessarily be an addition to, it might be subtracted from, but.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
but there's funds, but there are funds.
It's a funding issue.
It's a funding issue on both, you're absolutely correct. Yeah.
Okay, all right, yes, Jen.
Hi, Jennifer Day, Treasurer Collector. She did not plan on doing the Schedule A, and the Schedule A does not have to be completed to set the tax rate.
Correct.
So I just wanted to let you know that. That wasn't part of what she said she would do.
Do you have a sense, since you're there, do you have a sense, since you've talked to this individual, do you have a sense of how long it would take to do the tax recap? I mean, are we talking a day or two? Are we talking a week?
I'm thinking she could probably come in and get it done in a day or less.
Really?
But I'm not positive. I would have to reach out to her.
Yeah, I was thinking more likely, because there's some other forms that go along with that recap.
Yeah.
I was thinking of probably a total of somewhere near 40 hours worth of work.
40 hours?
40 hours, yeah.
And again, I just caution going in between individuals, so I think,
Yeah.
the person, if they are so interested, is competent enough to do the job, that's not a question in my mind. So might I suggest that we take the scope of work that went out and attach a cover letter to it, send it to her, and ask her if she wants to apply to any or all of this, and let her submit in her own writing. Yes, I'm willing to help with this, and this is what I think it would be, and here's what the cost, and let's just negotiate directly versus third party. And then she has the same thing that the other three firms have, and by all means, if she only wants to zero in on one section and help with that with the tax rate, that probably makes a lot of sense, but let's just get all the data in and make a decision. I mean,
But we need
we
the
can't make a
tax
decision tonight anyways, because she's not even here to accept.
Right, no, I understand that.
Yeah.
But
But we
then we've got,
really we're behind the 8 ball with the tax recap. That, I mean, if we get any one thing finished.
Yeah.
yeah. I
That's
mean,
the
we don't
last thing we
know.
have to get done is set the tax
I
rate,
guess-
so.
I hear you, John. I think my only thinking on that is that I really do see this as a one-off, isolated, time-sensitive, got to get it done, whether that Schedule A can be put off a little bit or not. Whereas whenever we get these responses from these other firms on the scope of work that's been sent out, we're not sure of their availability to start. And I wouldn't want to assume that they could start and get that done for us. So I really just see this as, I mean, I assume she's still got a full-time job, and her effort
She
to help
does, so
us
she
is.
said that she would be willing to help with the tax recap, that she would be willing to have Bradley be with her while she did that,
Okay.
and he could ask her some questions if she wants to do the,
Could we request maybe, I mean, I would be in favor of focusing on that one isolated incident? Not an incident, what is it?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Running up with words with that one isolated test. Could we ask her to send an email to Ed with that note about her estimated time and what she's, when she
Sure.
would be available and, what kind of cost estimate we're talking about? Could we make that a plan? Does that sound favorable to anybody?
I'll just defer to we have a town administrator, we have a department head. I'd defer to them to do what needs to be done by the time. I mean, it seems like all we're asking is the tax recap. We're not asking for an entire closing of 2021. I mean,
I'm not.
I'd rather have a firm be out to do that. She's got another job, she's willing to do it. It might be great for Bradley, the new town accountant, to meet with her and be able to ask questions. I would leave it up to them. That's personally, but I also, where's the money coming from, is the other question.
Well, it'd be volunteer, right?
No.
No.
I'll leave it to you,
No.
Ed.
So the only thing I would add is, as the liaison to finance, and this person chairs finance, I had this same conversation with this person in the past, and this was not the answer that I got. So I would just call, with all respect to our treasurer collector, I would ask that we not negotiate through a third person.
Yeah.
That if we're going to go down this road, that we empower the town administrator
Yeah.
to speak to this individually directly
Okay,
and represent our interest.
Yep, I agree.
okay, all in favor? Is that a motion?
Not by me.
I'll make a motion that we ask Ed to reach out to a previous town accountant and find out what hours and funding would be needed to help our current accountant set the tax recap.
Okay.
And to move forward if the
And to
number
move
matches
forward,
with
right,
funding.
right. If there's, if you have a suggestion on a line item in the budget or somewhere where it can be taken from,
Okay,
I'll second it for the
Okay.
vote.
is that, okay, any other discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay,
but thank you, Jen, for
Yep.
reaching out to us.
Thanks.
No problem, thank you.
Thanks, Jen.
okay. All right, moving on. I think we've talked about the East Street Bridge many times. Is there anything more to say? I think we're,
I think
Done with
between
that.
Randall and I think we've covered it.
I think so. If people can't figure it out now, we haven't been clear. But anyway, let us move on to new business, which is definitely brand new. Our precincting discussion for Southampton. Lucy Dalton.
Hi, Lucy Dalton, 10 Strong Road, Town Clerk. I'm just following up on the re-precincting for our town. The state approved the maps that we sent them. In your packet, you should have a description of the boundary lines.
Can you just start by explaining to the people mostly that are watching the reason for us having two precincts now?
The local election district review commission re-precincted all of the towns in the state. So they made their decision based on our population from the 2020 federal census.
But previously, we didn't have precincts. It's because the census data put us over a certain amount.
Well, we were a one precinct town.
So
No,
we're
we're
two
gonna be
now
two.
because our population has grown?
Yes,
Right.
yes,
Okay.
correct.
And was it the level of 6,000 or was it the 6,200 that we?
The federal census got their data from UMass, and it was at 6,224, but we are at 6,044 right now, as of today. But they based their decision on last year's numbers, no matter what. It doesn't matter. We can tell them we only have 5,000. They go based on last year's numbers.
Okay. All right, so the two precincts is a done deal that will
Yes,
happen? Okay.
there is
All
no,
right, so now if we can kind of explain that our map in the packet is pretty hard to understand in all this easterly, westerly, southerly, so I
Yeah.
asked Ed to put a map up here, and I don't know if our Easthampton media folks, or Ed, if you had a flash you mentioned?
I'm going to try to throw it out.
So we can just see that map better and understand it, because this mapping is a little fuzzy to look at here.
West Hampton, Southampton line.
Oops.
Huntington,
Or they can, maybe.
Where's Huntington? Not on the map.
While Ed's putting that up on the screen, Lucy, is there I realize this is based on 2020 data, census data, and does it take effect upon the very next day? Is there a
December
window?
31st, it takes effect.
December 31st of this year?
Yes.
So January 1st of next year, we have to be ready to hold two precinct elections.
Yeah, and I was going to talk about that in a second.
And was all the boundary lines with the intention of having as close to equal numbers on each side?
Yes, and Randall and Ed and I and Paul Diamond looked at the map. Uh-oh.
Yep, there we go. It just takes a while to warm up.
And wanted to get it as close as possible. So, yes, for growth.
What did you say, Randall?
We wanted to take into consideration future growth,
Yeah, okay.
so.
Okay.
Is it up, is it
Yeah.
going to show
Get
up?
it here in a second, yeah,
Okay.
good. And so the way it looks while we're just waiting to see the map, they've tried to divide it up population-wise. So one precinct, looks like it's, precinct 1 is going to be around 3,051 people, if I'm reading this right. And
I think the other one is 2955.
and the other one is 3173. So they are using the 6224 as a number in terms of population.
Yeah.
So basically around 3,000 each precinct. Okay.
I can just show you if you want on the map. If you want me to walk over there, I
I
can.
was trying to do it for the benefit of anybody watching.
Yeah, let's try to see if we can give it 2 seconds here. If we could take a half a break. So as we're waiting for this, maybe talk a little bit about, if you would, what is the impact of this have for us? I mean, obviously, voting happens at a certain day. I'm assuming the voting would all happen still here at Town Hall. We would have one voting location.
So we put out a press release. It's going to go in the Gazette tomorrow. What's going to happen is we're going to have 2 precincts. One will be in the senior center. One will be in this room. I talked to the state about the number on the houses, the addresses, as to which ones are in which precinct. The state has not finished that portion yet of the re-precincting. They are working on it, but they're working with all the towns in the state, and we're not going to get any more updates until after they're done with every town in the state. Then they're going to send us a list with with all of the streets with the numbered houses. And once we get that information, we have to proofread the addresses and that have changed the precincts to make sure that they, even in the odd-numbered addresses, are in the right precinct. Then we're going to send out, hopefully, a postcard or something to each household, telling them which precinct they're in. We're going to try to include it in the census. So, but this is going to mean we're going to need another tabulator. So, and we can't say no. The state says we have to have, if we have 2 precincts, we have to have 2 tabulators.
Right.
So I know that Ed put on the, and I'm just going to skip down.
Right.
On articles for the warrant for a new machine for $5,700. That's for 1 tabulator.
Right, and we got one
We
new
did
one
get one
already,
from
right?
Capital, yep.
Right.
And the Capital one is with a spare,
Uh-huh,
so we'll have 2 tabulators and 1 spare.
okay.
The other thing is, we're going to need more booths for voting. So I did price out those. They're about $2,200 for 10 of them. But I've been talking to other towns who have getting rid of old booths. And we also have the wooden ones that the highway department, gave to us that we can use still if we need to. So, but it's basically the machine that we really need to have. So I don't know where we're going to get the money from. Ed said he might have some ideas for some funding sources, but they're not CARES Act covered, so.
Right.
If we can't find additional funding, might have to drain my election expenses. I don't know where it's at. I think it's around 10,000 right now. So, but that expense is for ballots and all the supplies needed for the election.
Right.
So we're going to need another sign,
Yeah.
because we're going to have to put signs out telling which are precincts.
Sure. And then will you need more, I'm sorry,
And we're going to need more workers.
more workers, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, the state drew these designations and they're not offering any assistance? I mean, because
No.
basically they just doubled all of our expenses.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Does it affect
Okay.
anything in terms of representation and?
No.
No.
No, because we don't have aldermen, we're not a city council,
Right.
yeah.
Same thing,
So,
okay.
So do we ever go backwards to
No.
one precinct now that we're?
We're there. All right. So maybe with the map, I don't know that this visible there, but maybe you could just sort of trace it through. So we've got,
I can,
yeah. Or maybe, yeah, could you move that up, maybe where there we go. Yeah, it should be in the camera. That's good. Camera's got it. So, yeah. Go ahead, Lucy. You want to sort of show us what it would look like?
so this is precinct.
Yeah.
Precinct 2 starts here, and if you follow along with the descriptions, it goes down here, all the way down.
Is that College Highway?
That's College Highway,
That's
Route 10.
Highway, Route 10, and then it crosses here where Brickyard Road is. So it's gonna, Brickyard Road is gonna come down here. This is the boundary line right here. Brickyard, all the way over, crosses the railroad tracks, comes down, crosses over again the railroad tracks, because they had originally used the railroad tracks as the boundary line.
Yeah.
Okay.
It didn't seem like a wonderful way to,
Right.
yeah, separate the two of them.
Okay.
So basically, that's how it's gonna be.
Yeah.
Um,
So is green the precinct 1 and,
Green is precinct 1 and pink is precinct 2.
okay.
And when we discussed it with Ed and Randall, we had talked about growth in precinct 1. I think we had said, right?
Yeah, Lucy, maybe just come back to the mic so we can hear. Yeah, whoever.
There's an pretty equal potential for growth, but what you have to realize, even though the west precinct, the green one, looks much bigger, realize that there's several hundred acres owned by Holyoke Waterworks
Yeah,
in that
right,
one.
right.
So geographically, I think they're pretty even.
Yeah, population-wise, according to this chart, it looks like they divvied it up almost half-half.
Yeah.
So just to repeat for people who might not have heard because of the lack of mic over there,
Yep.
the dividing line is essentially following Route 10.
Yep,
All the way down, heading southward until you get to Brickyard.
yes, we're
And then it
Brickyard and
follows
College.
Brickyard as the dividing line for the
Yes.
length of Brickyard, is that?
To
correct?
west,
To the
all the way
Westfield.
to the Westfield line, yeah.
To the Westfield line, okay.
So-
Well, that seems to make more sense than just following the railroad
Yeah,
track.
yeah.
Um,
And we're gonna, I'm gonna make a copy of this. We have to mail this back tomorrow
Okay,
with the letters that I gave Ed for you to sign. You have to vote to approve this,
okay,
sign the letters, and then I have to mail it back to them. But I'm gonna make a copy of this, and I'm gonna have it outside of my office.
Yeah.
great.
So when people come in, they can take a look at it if they want to.
Right.
And then I'll put it, a small version on the town clerk website, webpage.
Yeah.
So,
Great,
um,
okay.
I think that's about it. I don't really have any information until they get back to me with the addresses, but
Yeah,
So who sent that to you?
that is from the state. That's from the local election district review committee, the LEDRC, so, and they prefer that back to
Okay.
them. So it was written in caps.
yep, great. Does anybody have any questions about that?
I'll make a motion to approve 2 precincts with the line designated on the map, pretty much College Highway, and then Brickyard.
I'll second it.
All right. Any further discussion? If not, could I have a vote, please? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Thank you.
so be it. Thank
All
you,
right,
Lucy.
Thank you.
New challenges coming our way. All right. Thank you very much.
I guess
All
I
right.
can just sign anywhere.
Yeah.
Okay. Very good.
There really should be state funding that goes along with that.
I know, one would think that if we have to do this, that
What else is new?
something would come along, but that would be too good to hope for. All right, next agenda item, Communication Melanson, TCFs. Who would like to take that? Is that a John?
I asked Ed to add this just because in an email communication, the question came, a question was asked that it be posed to the CPA firm, and as the board's liaison, I posed the question to them. They answered it, and then the only way that I saw to get that to the full board was to include it in a public meeting so that you could see the document. So I don't think it needs to be read. I think it's self-explanatory, but
Thank you. Okay. All right, so no more discussion about that? We're fine?
No, this was helpful, though. Thank you.
Okay. All right, next, Collaborative for Education, Mass in Motion discussion. This is something that had come up, I think, at our last meeting. And presented by Caitlin Marquis. And again, this was an opportunity for Southampton to join into this collaborative program that comprises several towns. Basically, from what we're understanding, this is pretty much an investment in health and wellness for the citizens of Southampton and neighboring communities who want to join in on this. And the idea of joining in on the collaborative, I gather, is to have a sort of force in power so that when and if any money comes out for these kinds of initiatives, Southampton would benefit from it. It says it's a long-term investment in the community, a 10-year contract, but there is no upfront, any kind of monetary responsibility for us at this particular time. Does anybody have further information that they'd like to share on this? We have been asked to take a vote yea or nay by the 15th or at latest November 30th. So if we are comfortable with what we know here, I would like to get a vote done tonight, but I'm willing to entertain any questions that we might have to ask if need be. I know this was presented to the Board of Health. Francine, you
Right.
said that they were in favor. Do you have
Yeah.
any thoughts on that?
Oh, well, I mean, this is just a coalition or consortium of towns in Hampshire County only. What they will be doing is providing information and resources out of this program that the towns can do with what they want. I mean, it could be information about some programs that's appropriate for school-age children and get that information out to the schools. It could be something for senior citizens that the COA could use, to impart information in the attempt to improve people's level of activity, which contributes to a better and longer life. It revolves around food and food choices. So again, looking at people's and its impact on good health. And so it's not anything that we absolutely have to do. It's the resources that are available if we want to take advantage. I can remember an activity several years ago. It was not sponsored by this group, but I could envision something very similar. There was a kind of a multi-generational walk here that I think was organized by the Council on Aging, but it included the Boy Scouts, include the Southampton students at Hampshire Regional, and I'm not sure if it was not the beginning of the walking club in the COA. Don't take me at my word, but looking back and saying it's a good way of getting people involved in becoming more active. In their life. And so, as they said here, there's no monetary requirement that we would, if the state makes funds eligible over the next 10 years for these programs, unless we sign this contract, we would not be entitled to any of that funding.
And
So-
any funds would be from the Department of Public Health, apparently.
Right. This
That
is
sometimes
administered
they-
by the Massachusetts Department
They
of Health.
make funds available occasionally, and should they become available, we would be one of the participating communities. And it sounds like it is maybe expanding to some of the southern hill towns as well,
Right.
from what's said here.
Right.
But, so primarily Hampshire County, though. They
Right.
want to try to sign on every community in Hampshire County.
I think that the application, I mean, the paperwork we were originally given, it was very amorphous, it was very hard to understand. But when Caitlin, who, by the way, grew up in Southampton, when she presented it with the draft of the application, which we just got, it made a lot more sense, or a little bit. I don't think that Southampton, would necessarily be a target area of their attention. I think that they look at food insecurity, they look at public transportation, look at a lot of different things, and I think it's been heavily focused on Amherst and some other communities. I still support doing it, though, because, like you said, I think that it's going to be a great resource, so long as it doesn't take a lot of work to actually, a lot of paperwork and things like that. I think it's going to be a good resource, and it could be, you're going to be eligible to get funding if you're in this collaborative from the Department of Public Health. So I support it. And I did read that it has to be signed by either the town administrator, the select board chair, or the chair of the Board of Health.
All right. Any other
Well,
comments?
if I can make a motion, I'll make a motion to empower the town administrator to sign on our behalf the participation agreement for Mass in Motion Municipal Wellness and Leadership Initiative, and to add under the lower section of departments to be named to participate, the local Board of Health, the local schools, and the Council on Aging.
Yes.
I'll second that.
All right, any further discussion? If not, all those in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you, appreciate that, all right. Okay, next, right of first refusal, map 29, lot 65.
Right, and this is here just as receiving the notification letter, so you know about it. It was received on October 28th in our office. It's from Amanda Zonas Kemp, and it's in regards to 20.36 acre parcel on East Street that is being looked at to take out of Chapter 61A, which it is currently in. And it includes a true certified copy of the purchase and sale agreement on that parcel for $480,000. And so far, the Planning Board and the Conservation Commission has met, they received their letters, and they have both voted to waive the right of first refusal.
And just to situate this, I believe looking at the map, this is located off of East Street near the Whispering Meadow subdivision?
Correct.
Is that correct?
It's just past, if you're traveling from Town Hall out towards Holyoke, it would be on the right-hand side and just past the Whispering Meadow Road, and if you want to call that, refer to it as the subdivision, and you'll see right after that an open lot on the right-hand side.
Is it 22A? What's the number on the lot, on the map here?
Map 29, yeah, 65 is the lot 65, so it's,
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Oh, right, yeah.
It looks like a T.
Yep. Upside down T.
Yep.
what is it?
Right here.
And just to add to that discussion, both Planning Board and Conservation Commission, said they didn't have any interest, but they did defer to Open Space and Housing Authority for them to review the parcel.
Okay,
And there was a 90-day period
Right.
for responding.
so this is basically for our information tonight, but we don't necessarily have to
Correct.
act on it tonight? Okay.
No.
Yeah, it'd be good for having everybody to weigh in on that. Yeah, April.
So the Board of Assessors would encourage the Select Board to look at all options for that particular parcel, especially for affordable housing. That's what we voted on in our last meeting.
Okay.
And I believe the timeline is tighter than 90 days. I'm not sure, Ed. I'll defer
I was
to you.
actually thinking it was longer. I was thinking it was
Well,
120.
I think you have to make a decision
Oh, right,
at whether
right.
you're going to take
Right.
the opportunity to exercise your right of first refusal within the first 30 days. So that is very quickly. And then you have 90 days after that to act.
I think you're correct.
Okay, October 28th is, well,
On the date we received it, I don't know,
Right.
the date of the letter was October 25,
25.
so,
okay.
you see, so.
So
we've
I'm
got-
assuming if we exercise our right, there's a cost associated with this.
Correct. We would have, we
Which
we
is
would
what?
have to match the $480,000 purchase price.
And how much does Housing Authority have set aside in the CPA that's available?
It is.
I
it is-
saw that
it's-
number.
It's more than that,
Yeah.
but not much more than that.
So we can bring this up at the next meeting, right? And
Yeah, we'd have
then
time.
We do have a town meeting if, so housing is going to look at it and then,
Housing looked at it, but they're waiting also for open space to discuss it,
Okay.
because
Right.
there was also discussion about some collaboration between the two potentially.
Yeah. Okay, well, if this would be, our 30 days would be on on November 28th.
Correct.
So we've got one more meeting on the 23rd, so we definitely need to have this back on the agenda by then, and hopefully both committees will have met and give us their input by that point in time.
I know that Housing Authority is going to discuss it again before their community meeting on the 18th.
Yeah, okay. Be very interesting. I mean, obviously, the challenge in town is, there's very little open land. People seem to think that we have lots of open land, but open land that's doable for any kind of thing like housing or anything that we're trying to do is a challenge. So once the land is sold, it's going into other uses maybe for housing developments. So, okay, good to know that. Thank you for
and just so you
passing that
people
on.
know, because I did hear something about this is not contiguous with Labrie Field. There was some comment about that. It's not.
Uh-huh, okay. All right, okay. So we will entertain this one on the next meeting on November 23rd and have the input from both housing and open space at that point in time, okay? All right, moving on. COVID-19, I think we've talked about that many times. I don't know that there's more to say about that, unless you have anything else, Ed?
I think Kate covered it pretty well tonight.
I think so.
Yeah.
All right, CARES Act update.
And that is coming to a close. We did file with the state by the deadline for our additional funds, and I'm waiting to hear back from them on their approval for that.
Right. So that was the additional $12,000.
12,000 and some, 12,000, I think, 983 or
Something like that,
783, yeah.
It was the last tranche of money that we had not received on the CARES Act that would be coming in, that would be part of the money available that we'd already calculated as we were making our priorities. And so I think what you had told me, Ed, is that you had waited on really letting people know exactly that we were okay to move forward on some of the items that we talked about, like for the school, et cetera, until we got that 12,000 in our pocket, right?
Correct, yeah.
So we definitely need to hopefully hurry up and hear from them,
Yes.
so that people have time to move. I don't think there were too many large purchases in that money that we had available, that we had allocated for CARES, if I'm not mistaken.
No, most of them had already been
Most of it, had-
The
yeah.
HVAC,
actually
Sorry.
done.
was that the funding for the school?
There was funding for the school and a few other things in there, yeah. I mean, the contact tracing for 9 months or 6
Yeah.
months
6 months worth.
through
correct.
December, things like that, that were already kind of in play. So I don't think, now that Randall's got his equipment installed, I think that was maybe one of the last bigger pieces of equipment. There was some signage, I think, for the fire department. That
Right.
might be one thing that would be on order, that might be tricky if we don't hurry up and get an answer from the state on this. So we definitely need
Right.
to hear about that.
And the Housing Authority did approve to give back the 6,000 that they had in their funds.
They decided not to use that?
Yes, they decided to give it back to the town.
Okay. Well, all right.
Good to know.
As we factor that in. Okay,
Yes.
good. Yeah, unfortunately, that was made available for rental assistance, and no one has taken them up on it for the last 10 months because of other programs
Yeah,
that are
other
out there.
programs.
So at least it was
Right.
available, and, it's a situation, too, that I think would be available under the under the ARPA, under the American Rescue Plan. So if they decide that they want to try it again next year, there's probably money available within the ARPA funds that would be able to be allocated to that rental assistance program as well. So, but nice of them to let us know, and we can certainly reallocate that to some of these other priorities that we had already pretty much discussed, and we can just double check those costings.
Pretty sure our motion included if that money was
Yes,
freed
it
up, that
did.
we would be.
I think so. I think
Yeah.
it did, yes. I'd have to go back and look at it, but I think it did. Okay, moving on. American Rescue Act update. I think nothing more in terms of any information that we've gotten. I handed out to you, I had told you that I would take a stab at trying to do a draft of a survey, that we would try to do a Survey Monkey. I am not yet expert in survey monkeying, but I've spent time doing research, looking at various other surveys that have been done on use of ARPA funds within Massachusetts. I was able to get in on some surveys that have already been completed and kind of glean from the answers what some of their questions were. Others, you can kind of go ahead and get in on a few questions without submitting the survey, since you're not a resident of that town, et cetera. So I got a few things, but honestly, many of the surveys have been less extensive than I would have guessed. It's been not all that helpful or informative, but what I have here is just something that I just wanted to throw out so that you guys would have a chance to look at it and maybe give me some ideas of whether you think it would be beneficial to do additional questions, but I'll just run through it very, very briefly. There's just an overview to tell people, and so this would be a survey that would go out, obviously electronically. We hadn't talked about how to do it otherwise, but to get it out to people, to get input on how we might use the ARPA funds. And we have, over the couple of years, we've got close to, I think it's $1.8 million available to Southampton that would have to be used by the end of 2024. So we have 2 years of allocation, 4 years to spend it. But we've heard the broad outlines already on some of the infrastructure issues and things like public health related emergencies, premium pay to workers that had been performing essential work during the public health emergency, et cetera. A couple of things I had put in here based on other towns' information were to say that the goal of the town is to use the ARPA funds in a fiscally responsible manner, ensuring that the funds have a long-lasting positive impact on the community and its residents. ARPA funds are non-recurring, so their uses are to be applied to non-recurring expenditures and one-time capital expenditures. And again, this is borrowed from other communities, and this is up for discussion. We're not deciding on any of this tonight, but I just wanted to let people know what we're, what I've been able to find and share that with you. Priority for sustainable capital expenditures and programs related to COVID-19, initiatives that might help small businesses recover from COVID-19, projects not having alternative sources of funding, and those with a capacity to be achieved and maintained in future budgets. So the idea of hiring on new staff or part-time staff or other programs would be a little bit challenging unless people understood that that could be a commitment only for the length of the ARPA funds themselves. It would not be able to continue, most likely, beyond the length of the 2 to 3 year period that the funding is available here. So envisioning, maybe a half a dozen, certainly no more than 10 questions. First one, just briefly, was just talking about describing your situation, which is, I live and work in Southampton. I live in Southampton, but I work elsewhere. I own a business here. I'm retired and I live here. Recently moved here, have lived here for more than 10 years. I don't live in Southampton, but I own property in town. So just those kinds of things without getting more specific than that. Typical age question that we have an age band, and then where should we spend our ARPA money? With 5 items to be selected, and that's the water and sewer infrastructure, expanding broadband access and affordability, and various others that have come up on different surveys and discussions we've had, as well as what we think ARPA is telling us it can be used for. So those are there, and then what has been the level of impact of COVID-19 on your household? Major negative, slight negative, no impact, slight positive, or major positive impact. I don't know about that. That was a question from some other town. If it's had a negative impact on your household, what assistance do you need? And that's everything from food, rental, utility, direct cash, job training assistance. And then if you're an employer, what describes your situation with your employees, whether you're staffed and have no difficulties finding and retaining employees, or have difficulty or understaffed, et cetera. So that's as far as I've gotten with it. There's more to be done. I'm glad to take input, and I don't think we have to spend a whole lot of time discussing it tonight because we still have a huge agenda ahead of us, but anybody that would like to send me ideas for questions or comments on this, just send it to me one-off, and I will incorporate it. But I don't know, just initial reaction, are we on the right track or am I off track? So just give me that part, would be helpful tonight.
I think it's great, and thank you very much for initiating this. I just worry, my original thought, just reading it, was there wasn't enough focus on children.
Okay.
And school children.
Yep.
It just feels like they have had a really tough year to 2 years, and there's only one mention of them where it says emergency childcare. I just feel like there should be more.
Okay.
And I wonder whether or not we're giving people the wrong idea, because it says in what area should we invest our ARPA money, and then we mention public safety facilities, senior center, park and recreation. I don't think we got confirmation that ARPA funds cover any of that. Same thing with weather preparedness and mitigation. I mean, these are all interest of the town, but I'm not sure they're ARPA funds related.
Yep. And again, some of these, obviously the public safety and the senior center are ones that are more specific to Southampton, but the others did come from other town surveys.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think just on that piece there, that should be broken into two questions.
Okay.
Of the list there, which ones clearly fall under one of the 4 bullet points that you already explained in
Yeah.
the earlier section? And then say, should ARPA funds be made available to the following?
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you
yeah.
support, what order would you support these in?
I just don't want to give people the wrong impression that, because right now, we were told by Representative Sabadosa that the ARPA funds are not available right now for public safety complexes, so I don't want to give them the wrong impression.
Okay, valid, okay,
I have a
thank you.
question about, Ed, I don't know who can answer this, but, you know, we got a request from the library for an article, we're going to talk about that. We also got a request from the fire department for wage improvements. We also know that DOR did not recommend mid-year wages, and yet ARPA funds are available for premium, I forget how they worded it, but
Premium
anyway.
pay.
Yeah.
Can it cover for bonuses? I mean, not the bonuses that the department heads are talking about. I'm talking about incentive bonuses, like right now staffing is so terrible everywhere. Can it be used towards hiring bonuses?
Hiring bonuses?
I haven't seen anything like that yet, but I will see if I can find out for you.
Okay.
Okay. For a 3-year period. Okay, so anyway, again, I don't want to spend a long time on it tonight. This was just a first, let's try to get something on paper and think about it.
Yeah.
And feel free to just, shoot me an email with other ideas for questions.
Okay.
More than happy to work on it, okay?
All right, thanks a lot for doing that.
Yeah, well, at least we got something to work with. Rather than just talking in the air, I'd rather have a piece of paper I can look at, so. Okay, revenue and expenditures, FY '22 update. We have a revenue report, I believe. I saw one in here.
Yes, you do.
Okay, and how complete are we on this? Is it?
It contains 2 of the 4 packets for July, which are probably most of the revenues, but we're, like I said, developing a methodology, and we're going through it, and before the revenues are posted, Bradley is checking them and making sure that they are in the right accounts and the right amounts. So it's taken him a little time to find where to find some of the information, but I think he's developed a pretty good methodology of it and a right methodology for going forward.
So aside from this, going back to July's revenue, we've got obviously 3 months in between to catch up on, but are all the actual accounts entered, or those would be dependent on whatever revenue has come in during the August, September, October period? So it may not be reflective of all accounts?
It may not be reflective of all accounts, correct.
Okay.
I mean, as an example, during the year, as we get some of those grant funds approved,
Yeah,
those accounts don't get set up until basically they're approved and we know the funds are coming, so.
yeah. Yeah, I'm actually looking at the other special revenue funds, and I recognized a couple of, 2 or 3 grants on there, but not everything that I had on my report. So, and again, it may be, with a lot of these grants being reimbursable.
95% of our grants are reimbursable,
Right.
rather than getting the money up front.
But irrespective of that, an account would be set up even if no expenses have been incurred yet, right? I mean, the account doesn't get set up when the first bill comes in the door,
Well,
is my question.
yeah, the other piece is there are probably accounts out there that had outstanding balances from fiscal year '21, which haven't been
Carried over.
verified yet and carried over, that which would be added to these.
Yeah. Okay. Anybody else have questions? Sorry, I'm trying to hug the mic here. So with the outstanding, I guess I don't fully understand the total of what you mean by what's in a packet and how much work that entails. When you say that 2 packets in July, what is that?
There were a total of 4 packets, so the treasurer collector will take the receipts and, go ahead, Jen. You know the process better than I do, so.
There you go, thank you.
Jennifer Day, Treasurer Collector. So I usually do 4 packets of receipts. Basically, I do an interest packet, a payroll packet, and then the 2 that you have are just our local receipts, grant money, local aid. So I usually separate that into 2 separate packets. I do about half of the month in the first one and the second half in the next. So, I mean,
So in
that makes sense.
terms of what is yet to be done, do I hear there's 2 more packets to be done by
There's
Bradley?
2 more packets for Bradley to review.
Okay,
I
that's
believe
what-
the interest and the payroll.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's where I was trying to understand, okay.
Yeah, so
Thanks. Okay, appreciate that input.
that's that.
All right, good. Anyone have any other observations, questions, comments?
No, I think most
Hearing none?
I mean, we should be, it's about right over 40%
Right,
in
it
5
looks to be.
months. Most of it we've already talked about, like the accountant line and
And some of these will be on
maintenance lines are all
the shift we've got to do.
too
Yeah,
high, frankly.
Right, okay. Okay. If nothing else, can we move on to our
Sure.
big task?
Sure.
Nope, no, one small task that I'm going to always overlook here. One last item on the agenda here was on our Cost Efficiencies Alternative Committee. Ed mentioned the 3 cluster people that have been approved. We're going to hope for getting some folks from the town who are interested in helping us out, as well as someone from Planning Board and Finance Committee to be on that, and we will, at our next meeting, set up a date certain to start a meeting, and I'm gonna try to hope for sometime in early December for a meeting, okay? All right, so with that, requests for special town meeting articles. So Ed, I think I'm gonna have to let you take this on and lead us
Sure.
through this.
Okay, so these are the ones that we have received so far. And Chief Illingsworth has requested a transfer within his department, $15,000 from the police wage account to police overtime account, because his overtime account so far this year is getting spent at a rate faster than anticipated. But he does have funds in the regular police wage account to cover that. He's also requested a expense transfer of $13,000 from the police wage account to the police expense account. And then a transfer from the police building expense, should say $3,000 from communications expense to the police building expense account. And then equipment maintenance transfer of $4,650 from the regional lockup assessment to the police equipment maintenance account. And this, actually, some of the funds that were included in the override budget were for the support to run the 2 radar signs and the 2 electronic message boards, which we have. And that did not pass, so we were not going to be able to renew the support to actually be able to use those. So that transfer would cover that. There are 3, which I will consider previous fiscal year bills, which need to be approved at either a special or annual town meeting. At a special, it's 9/10 majority for that. But there is one for the Highway Department, $583 for some of the, what I will call, recycling for mattresses and refrigerator, freezer recycle, and the pickup and transporting of sorting, which didn't come in till late. There is a $63 one for the Cemetery Commission, which was a water bill that wasn't paid. And there is one that right now I'm considering as a possible previous fiscal year bill for the Council of Aging in the amount of, I think it's like $43. But that is actually for, and I know this because at the time Joan was very frustrated at it. She kept trying to add a 3rd phone to her system, and I think she ordered it 3 separate times from WB Mason, and each of the 3 times they sent her the wrong brand of phone, which won't match up. So this may get taken care of in a credit. But those would be the 3 that I would consider previous fiscal year bills, which do need town meeting approval to actually be paid. We have the library request for funding to meet their state requirement, which is $9,879.
Can I ask a question about that, or do you want to get through all of them first?
98,
No,
97.
ask him as we go along.
Yeah.
Okay, back to the bills.
Yes.
Would that be, because the books are already sort of evened out or closed out, would this be likely from free cash?
No, but I would basically recommend that they be authorized to be paid, and they basically get paid out of fiscal year '22 funding
By their departments?
by their departments.
Okay. And as
Because
far as,
we don't have any free cash, so.
okay, right, we won't by then. All right, as far as the library, does it have to be in this breakdown?
It has to be in this breakdown, correct, because they have certain accounts that actually count towards there.
So much for wages, maintenance, and
Yeah,
utilities.
And now I forget the 3 letters that,
MAR.
thank you. Because I'm, yeah, towards their MAR. And at this point in time, to be transferred from account and it's left blank, my recommendation is going to be, I'm going to follow up on what John had recommended, and I'm going to use it actually for, as a recommended funding source for some of the others. There's a little over $16,000 in the retirement account that we, due to the discount, is there, won't be spent. So I would look at the $9,897 being transferred from that particular account.
I guess my just concern about that is there was a lot of discussion around who got additional 2% raise. There was a lot of discussion about some PCFs that, from an equity standpoint. So I'm all for getting to minimum spending, but without any kind of like explanation on the wage part of it, I think we're just leaving ourselves open a little bit.
In terms of having it broken down like this, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and without an explanation
Without
of,
explanation, right.
who are they going to, and what's the rationale? Because there's been a lot of
These are
discussion in the
the
last 6 months about all this.
But these are the current wages that are in the current budget. All we're doing is appropriating the money that's necessary to meet the formula requirements, correct?
Correct.
Without these funds, they'll have to reduce hours,
Right.
They'll have to what?
reduce their hours.
Yeah.
Right.
They don't have enough
Yeah.
money to pay to keep the
But this
library open. during the-
6726 is in addition to what they're currently being funded at, correct?
Because we short funded them, yes,
Right.
Right, but did anybody's hours get cut?
yes.
Yes,
Okay,
because, yeah,
Okay, that has to be clear.
yeah, because of the
it has
fact
to be-
that they're reducing it,
They
basically.
close the library on Mondays, right?
Right.
Right, so that really needs to be
Right.
clear, that people's hours were cut in order to, because of the budget.
So Ed, this would come out of, if I'm understanding, this would come out of general fund, miscellaneous expenses, retirement contributory, right?
Hang on a
Well,
second.
that helps.
Hang on.
Page 3 of the expense report.
Sounds right, but let me double check it now.
And if so, it's,
015-911.170, retirement contributory. Right now, there's $16,606 in there.
thank you, okay, so that's one. Just one other tiny question before we move on. Just on the, back on the police radar signs and messaging boards, maintain subscription plans? What is that, what are they for signs like
It's
that?
basically the electronic support for them. So it's just like our software support. So to be able to basically program them,
Oh, I see. Okay.
be able, on the radar signs, to be able to actually download the information that comes back out of them, which tells us basically, between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m., 18 cars went by, and the average speed limit was this, and they'll actually tell you, what each one was, so,
Okay,
yeah.
okay,
And-
sorry.
And I thought the regional lockup fee was based on a set formula, so it's curious to me that there's a surplus
Well,
in that line item.
the reason there's a surplus in that line item is that after the budget was approved, and actually after the state approved their budget, the sheriff had requested extra funding from the state and received it. So what he did was, to each of the communities here in Hampshire County, sent out a letter, and actually, I think actually at that point in time, they may have cashed the check, another check, saying that because of his request was fulfilled, he was not charging any of the communities in
Right.
Hampshire County the lockup fee this year.
Is one-time rebate, so to speak, so when we go to look at next year's budget, we might, this is 100% of the line item?
100% of the line item.
well,
Well,
that'll stick out.
actually, I think the line item was a little more than this, but this is what Ian needs.
Okay,
But yes, 100% of the line item came back to us.
okay.
That's great.
Good question, John.
That's what I'm here for, Ed.
Yeah, to keep me on my toes. Employment advertising, there's $105 that we've overspent in there. Would recommend, and it's up to I'll leave it up to the select board, either transfer it back out of the select board expenses account or the administrative expenses account. And that'll bring us back to $0. So we won't have anything more to spend for employment advertising, but we also hopefully won't need it, so. But at
Right
least we'll be
now-
back to 0 and won't be overspent.
Right now, the assessors are looking to go ahead and post things in Indeed for the principal assessor. So would that come out of their
That would have
budget?
to come out of
Okay.
their, yes, account. Town accountant expenses, transfer from the town accountant's salary account, $9,878.48. from the accountant wages and transfer it to the accountant expenses account. And this would reverse the expenses that we expended to Johnson and Hill for the interim town accountant. This is up to the board, but I put it on here for discussion. As you know, and it was talked about earlier, we had asked for $261,000 at the annual town meeting to replace, through borrowing and a debt exclusion, a dump plow truck for the highway. Passed the town meeting, failed at the ballot box. I've put it back on here as a straight borrowing, not as a debt exclusion, to see if you may consider revisiting that as just a borrowing, which is a town meeting 2/3 vote. It does not go to the ballot box. But the flip side of that is not doing it as a debt exclusion means we have to do it within the limits of Proposition 2.5. So that's probably somewhere around, with principal and interest, for probably about I'm guessing, somewhere around a 7-year term, $50,000 that we would be expending to pay that off. That's coming from within Proposition 2.5, so it's $50,000 we would not be able to expend somewhere else within the operating budget, whether that be considered for, COLAs, a new position, other type equipment, or what have you. So, like I say, at least for discussion purposes, I thought it important enough to put on here as a possible article. But that, that is up to the board if you want to bring that forward again. It's already been through, the capital committee. It was a recommendation. It was a recommendation as a borrowing, so we do have those votes. You want to talk about it?
We just have to check the quote.
Yeah.
We pushed the other one through because they were talking about.
Right, yeah.
I think the required wording is always very confusing. I mean, I think people think it's an override. I just think the wording is not easy to understand if people just go into a ballot box and they see a debt exclusion. The wording is too similar to an override, and I think that people in general supported it. I just think there was a lot of misunderstanding.
Okay, well, let's come back to that.
Sure.
Further discussion?
The next one was one of my ideas also. I will tell you when we go through some of the other stuff, at least what I consider the primary funding source for transfers that I think of first to utilize, which is back to that retirement surplus, will end up getting used up. But I put down tree expenses transfer $8,000. I will tell you, if you want to move forward with that, it's probably going to end up, we'd have to look at doing it out of operational stabilization. But, I will tell you, here we are in November. You'll look at your revenue report and say, but he's still got 5,000 in there. Well, no, he doesn't. He's got the tree company program to take down, some other ones that he's just waiting for him to do. So he's pretty much down to $0 at this point in time when we're only in November. So again, to me, at least in my risk management side, I know that account's underfunded. I know that there's probably going to be other trees that come up, and unless we do try to address it in some way, shape, or manner, what happens is he'll end up with $10,000 or $8,000 again for next fiscal year, and he'll probably have already $6,000 worth of trees already programmed. So,
The exact same thing happened last year at the special town meeting. We increased, was it by $10,000 that we increased the budget?
What's that?
Was it by 10,000 that we, or 8,000 rather?
Well, we tried through the override to to increase it by, I think it was $10,000.
No, but
that-
last year at the special town meeting,
We added some
You
funding
added
to
more
it.
money
Yes,
to the
and I
thing.
think it was
Pretty much every time we've
$10,000 we
money
added to it.
I
I
mean,
think we should just call Eversource.
as we work, heading into the winter
Getting-
season, I mean, if he's really that low already, I mean,
Yeah,
$8,000 for the year is a small amount, really, when you divvy it out with the
Yeah.
storms that we have that are not necessarily winter-related, too. So
Yeah.
if he's had to use that already since July, I don't know. Brandon? Yeah?
An editorial comment. I know Ron works extensively with Eversource to try and get everything he can from them without expending our town ones.
I know he
He
does.
does that first.
Yeah.
I was kidding, Randall.
Oh, okay, I wasn't sure. He's on the phone with them, I'm not live. I just thought I'd throw it out there.
No, actually, they took over, don't they take like hundreds of trees down in the, they've done a lot of work in
yeah,
this town.
they have.
They have, yeah.
Yes, exactly.
All right.
Next up, we had have a request for the transfer station from Superintendent Kemp for $25,000 to be appropriated from the transfer station retained earnings account, which is there, to purchase 2 recycling containers, as he told you earlier, are severely failing and are in need of replacement.
Can I ask a question about that? Since we're replacing that, does it impede, I mean, have people gotten hurt there? I mean, the stairs, carrying buckets and stuff, is there any other way to do it?
Not that I can figure out. In fact, one of the reasons we have to replace these is, I would love to get it lower.
Yeah.
But it would involve excavation of the ground, and we're really close to that capped landfill. I've tried to analyze it and figure out better ways to do it. But this is the way I guess we got to continue to do it. And it's actually, Ed, my quote was for 25.5. Just if I can edit that out in,
That's 25, but for 25.5.
yeah.
I noticed that today when I was going
Okay.
back through my notes, so.
That's why I stayed here. I gotta run.
Yeah.
Is there anything else
No,
about
I'm just,
that?
in terms of the stairs, whether there could be maybe more of a ramp situation rather than stairs?
We lack space down there. We could do a lot of things if we had more space. I've wanted to expand segregation of certain materials, like we could recycle styrofoam. There's plenty of things we could do if we had more space. That's our limiting factor down there. And even though it might look like we can fit more things in, we have to have room for the trucks to get around to pick up the roll-offs.
Yep.
So I have not been able to identify any ways we can eliminate those.
Okay.
And just to confirm that that money will come out of the enterprise fund, not out of the general fund. I want that to be clear to the public.
Right.
So that's, the enterprise is funded by the ratepayers who utilize the transfer station.
Yeah. And is there, just one question with that, because you got that grant, I believe, on the recycling, the 5,600 or something for the year, does any of that money go toward this, or what is that used for?
It subsidizes operation of the transfer station. It's basically accounted for in the budget as revenue.
Okay.
Which
grant
then at
funds.
the end of the year gets closed out and added to your retained earnings. So then in the next year,
If we have retained
This is-
earnings, I mean,
right.
we've gone $8,000 in the hole some years. It fluctuates depending on a lot of factors.
right, but the thing is, if you're able to save money and generate a profit, it gets closed out to your retained earnings, doesn't get spent anywhere else, so that you can make these purchases.
Oh, right. I mean, it's good management for capital expenditures.
Right.
Yes,
Yeah, it doesn't get returned at the end of the year if it's not used, right?
Right,
That's
right,
It's a recycling
yes.
or
It's hard for
incentive.
a lot of people to,
Yeah.
the transfer station and the water department both operate under the same sort of enterprise fund,
Yeah.
where it's
Yeah.
kind of separate from the general fund.
Right.
And we have different rules,
Yeah,
so,
okay. Thank you.
all right, good night.
Thanks a lot, Randall.
Good night.
Yeah. Okay, Ed, a couple more.
Next one, I had just put it down here, because the chair twisted my arm to leave it on here, is election 10 voting booths for the new precinct for $2,200. However, of this one and the next one, I'm going to say the voting machine is the more important of the two.
Yep.
We do have
That's what Lucy said.
the older built
Yep.
voting booths that, yeah, we're going to 2 precincts. We don't have any more people voting, but we're splitting it into 2.
Yeah.
You know, we could survive for an election or 2, utilizing those and splitting it between
Yeah.
the 2. So, but it's in here because, you know, Lucy had brought it up, and then Chris twisted my arm.
Did I do that?
And then elections, 1 voting machine for the new precinct. If we waited to the annual town meeting and tried to get it approved there and have it 2 weeks later, it's not going to happen. I would recommend that this $5,700 also be taken out of that
Retirement account.
16,606. You know, so right there, we've used most of it. I think we might have $400 left there or
Well, this
whatever.
qualifies for capital too, right? After over 5,000?
Well, it would qualify for capital again, but you're looking at the May town meeting, which is 2 weeks before the annual election. And even if it was appropriated, I doubt if you're going to get the new machine
In time.
from
Yeah.
in time.
We'd have to act on it this town meeting, I think.
Yes, I do. Because I'm basically, I'm in the mindset that we are not going to have another special town meeting before the annual town.
Really?
But that's where my thinking comes from, so. Then we've got the fire chief, and this goes back to your discussion from a few weeks back, and it depends on how, you know, how you feel about, you know, this one, if you want to move it forward or not, of the fire EMS wages, the $30,000 from ambulance receipts reserved for appropriation to fund increase in hourly pay for paramedics and EMTs, because he can't get people to fill, especially the paramedics, to fill the shifts. And if we don't have paramedics, then we have to call in the intercepts. So we do lose some revenues.
I don't support the detail on this.
I have a lot of questions on this
I
one,
have a
if
lot
we
of
really want to
questions on
dive into this tonight, but I don't necessarily want to pose all the questions without the chief being present to answer.
This is a follow-up to the presentation he gave us, though,
Right.
right? About
Exactly.
the difficulty he had with
Right.
wages for the EMTs and not being able to fully staff
Yeah.
a shift with a paramedic.
Right, because specifically since that meeting, I have heard, and, you know, I want to ask the question directly, that there's been 57 different occurrences, 57 times 8,
Yeah.
when there's been no ambulance in service. So that's a bigger issue to me than trying to increase wages to make sure that we're maintaining the service. If the public thinks that there are 2 qualified people in the fire station 24/7, 365 days a year, and there's been 57 different episodes where that hasn't happened, that message needs to be communicated.
Right, just to be clear with the
Because I
public,
think-
though, there was mutual aid, so it wasn't like we weren't responding. So-
And that's why
yeah.
I think
Just wanna make sure
it'd be
people
better for the
realize
chief
that.
to be here, because
Yeah.
what he's asking for, I think, is an increase in wage to retain what he has. And what I'm hearing out there is, we've got empty holes. So if, it's important, messaging is everything. If the public thinks that we have adequate coverage now around the clock, and this is just a play for an increase,
Yeah.
they're probably going to act differently than, hey, for over 300 hours, there was no ambulance. Yes, Easthampton could have come in, Westfield could have come in,
Right, right, right.
but, you know, a couple of years ago, there was that vote
Yeah.
to fund the ambulance 24/7. And I understand why he doesn't want to advertise that, but I also think in order to get whatever needs to get done to right-size the ship over there, we have to be very transparent to the voters on what the issue is.
Yeah.
I agree, it does say recruit or retain, so he's asking for both.
And then mathematically, my math doesn't come up with 30,000. I come up with at least 35,000 that he's needed, and that's just for the increases.
Well, and then I'm also going to caveat this one this way, is I already told him that I wasn't exactly sure that $30,000 would be available in that. Because, and he goes, well, we take in $200,000 roughly a year in receipts. Well, we also appropriate or utilized $100,000 of that as revenue back for this fiscal year budget. And we also haven't done it yet, and I actually might, maybe I should think about asking you to add that to this one. 2 is a town meeting vote, because we're going to need it, because I think the actual payment comes up in April, but there's like $55,000 that we appropriate out of that account for the new ambulance payment. So with another 30, we're pretty close to that. If we do take in 200, we're pretty much there.
And then, not to bring this back up, because I don't want to anger the chair, but one of the items on the outstanding list from the auditors is the coastal ambulance billing reports and
Right.
summary and aging, and that's going back to 2020. So they're questioning a number back then, trying to validate it. We've got another full 365 days, and to your point, Ed, there may not be $30,000 sitting in there. If they're back looking in 2020 saying, they must see something that's causing a question.
No, they ask for that every year.
But they-
And just, we haven't provided it yet this year,
Okay.
that's all. So it's a regular checkoff. It's not that they're checking on something, but, or should I should say, checking on something
Well,
specific.
we do pay them the check.
Yes, we do pay them the check, but
Sorry, Francis.
No, we pay them, but they collect for us, and they in turn, I think we're looking for a reconciliation between what's billed and what they collect and what they're sending us, and I think that
Also, yes.
becomes the question every year.
Yep.
I think that, I wasn't here the time that the fire chief came initially, but when he had said that he didn't meet with the finance committee, I know that he clearly did.
I do too.
And I also know that there were some recommendations by the finance committee in terms of his wages. I don't support anything that's said under here on a current budget shortfall. I don't think there's a reasonable comparison to a school bus driver, and I think these figures would need to be verified in terms of comparison pay.
All right, next up, others received, and I'll try to tie these two together, because it's probably another discussion that you need to make, or should make a decision on. If the board wishes to go forward and try to, or want to have a question on this special town meeting to forego an annual audit, that would have to slide in here. And I will say that I did reach out to KP Law, and Michelle Rendazzo also reminded me that, okay, the requirement for the annual audit not only is in our bylaws, but it's in MGL and Mass General laws also. Although I don't know that there are towns out there that don't do an annual audit every year, I'll just say that. Now, convexly, if the board decides not to go forward with that question and do the annual audit, which we have the money in the budget for, we will need a funding source for bringing a vendor in for the fiscal year 21 pieces that we're trying to fill in for, whether it is, the tax rate setting, whether it's Schedule A, some of the others are going back and doing the journal entries, or some of the other pieces. At this point, that funding piece, other than if we use someone separate for the tax rate setting, which we may be able to find some maybe enough savings in the assistant accounting wages to pay for that. So set that piece a little bit aside, but I don't think that's a real big dollar amount. To bring a vendor like one of the three that I sent the scope of work out to, I'm taking a wild guesstimate that to do that work, that might be $20,000 to $25,000. And again, if we're going to do that, it means we got to come up with a funding source. That would probably be operational stabilization. So, there's two different town meeting questions kind of hooked together. And And then, other than that, community preservation sponsored articles, they have 3 that they've brought forward. The canal work with PVPC for $20,000 from the historical preservation account. And this is the other one that's time sensitive, and we're the last of, I think, the 5 communities that are part of this regional PVPC regional study that has, they're waiting, everyone else has gotten the funding approved, so we're the last one, so they're waiting for that. The Greenway for $270,000 for acquiring the right-of-way and to do design work from the undesignated account, and this would basically be $170,000 for the acquisition piece, coupled with the one separate $100,000 grants we got, should cover the acquisition, should leave $100,000 for design work. And if you let this move forward, it's approved by town meeting, then that should be followed up at the annual town meeting with the rescission from the debt exclusion vote for $270,000. And then lastly, the park grant, the CPC did approve $86,000 for the Conant Park path and splash pad from their undesignated account. And that is one I've actually got to look at the wording, because it's really not a match. Park grant actually requires the town to fully fund the entire project and then submit for the reimbursement against that. But Melissa sent me some draft language on that, so I will take a look at that.
Yeah, that's one where the grant program manager has to approve the language of the town warrant,
Right.
town meeting warrant.
I just want to mention, because I mentioned it earlier about the land, Open Space went to CPC to ask about land purchase at Great Mountain Path.
Yes, Great Mountain Path.
I believe the vote was to use administrative funds, which does not have to go to town meeting, and it was for preliminary things like the appraisal. So I just want to be clear about that. That's why it's not on the list.
Yeah, correct.
Then back on the one on the 270 for the Greenway, you would not at the same time put in the one for rescinding the motion that had passed at the last town meeting? You'd wait until the next town meeting to actually rescind it rather than doing the 2 together, or?
I would.
Right, because what happens if they both, if that one fails and then the rescinding passes?
Right, yeah.
Okay. Good point. Okay, thank you.
I didn't want to be as,
Yep.
shall we say, negative as saying
Yeah.
that particular thing, but
No, but that's
it's
the risk, yeah.
exactly right. And the theory could be, oh, we'll put them both on, and if
Yeah,
this one doesn't pass, we'll ask for no action on this one, but what happens if the vote for no action doesn't give you no action and it moves forward,
yeah,
so.
okay. No, that's valid, okay.
Ed, could you find out or try to find out if the ARPA funds could be used for premium pay or bonus pay?
I know they can be used for premium pay.
Yeah, premium.
I'm gonna have to find out on the hiring bonus side of them,
Yeah.
because I have seen some communities, instead of saying, or at least what's they're putting out there, instead of saying that it was basically premium pay of so much per hour, that it was basically they're paying bonuses for those that were in the offices and
Right,
working,
right.
but it's like a set amount rather than,
Right.
$1 per hour or whatever. So I'll find out on that for you.
Okay,
Yeah,
thanks.
and I think the premium pay for ARPA is related to those that had, specifically the frontline workers that worked during COVID, so it's
During the
primarily.
state of emergency.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't
So
get-
it's not
please-
necessarily a,
Yeah, you don't want to get me going on that one.
no, but it's not necessarily a,
Because it's also supposed to be for those that are lower paid
true.
per hour,
Yeah.
so, yeah.
But I mean, it's more those that are specifically COVID-related workers rather
Yes.
than say, a mechanic for the highway department, for example.
But you can still argue that that is a COVID-related,
Yeah.
you know,
Okay.
worker. They're out in the public,
Well,
you know,
okay.
doing jobs.
Yeah, I
whatever,
think the
so-
only, the unique thing in this particular case is, and it's silent on it, which it probably should be, but is that, you know, nothing against all the individuals that came to work every day, that was part of their job, but during the whole COVID process, look at the number of volunteers in the community on boards and committees that went into overdrive through the entire period, right? I mean, I don't want to talk about premium pay tonight, but I have two points here. One is you mentioned using stabilization funds for the tree expenses. So I think in general, I'd probably be against that, because it sounds like what I heard is we're just under budgeting that every year, and every year we got to figure this out. But then you also talked about it as far as cleaning up the 2020 books, and I see that as a one-time expense. So I think, you know, I could support going to that as a funding source for that, because it's only going to happen once. If we do it on trees, okay, we're doing it on trees again in this year, but next year, we really got to figure out how to get that line item up to $12,000 or $15,000. And if we can't do it from within the budgets,
Yeah.
then,
Yeah, like I say, I'm saying this from a risk management
yeah.
standpoint, and I look at it as, okay, we're liable if something happens
Yeah.
between now and July, so, but I would be in favor of using the operation of stabilization to get us through the end of this year, but yes, that's an account that we really need to figure out and get it right.
And then my only other observation, because I feel like our moderator is going to speak in a moment, is if there's any way to lump these all together instead of 17 separate items, I'm with you.
There we go. Yes, Robert, please.
Robert Floyd, College Highway Town Moderator. It's called a consensus budget, not a budget, but article, and you announce it at the beginning. I don't think this is the time to start doing that. I think it decreases transparency, but allegedly there is. If anybody has an exception, you pull that article out. I have good news. The good news is the special town meeting will take less time than the meeting tonight.
We'll see about that.
All right, I'm done.
All right, very good, Robert.
I don't want to
Make
break
sure
any records.
We're all on the same page. Town meeting's on the 14th. Weather date is the next day, Wednesday, the 15th. In case the meeting needs to be continued from the 14th, it's the 15th. The warrant needs to be signed on the 23rd, 2 weeks from tonight.
Yep.
The town moderator, special town meeting, article information session is Wednesday, December 1st.
Right.
Usually it's a Thursday, but it's Wednesday, December 1st.
Yep.
And Forbes Library hired me to teach. I postponed tonight to next week. 46 people signed up. I wanted to be here, but I won't be here next week. I didn't know you may be considering a meeting. If you are, please ask me any questions. I'll be here, but I'll be here after 8
Yeah.
o'clock.
Yeah, okay.
But if you have any questions, I'll answer them now.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That is a
All right, so
I was
good.
looking at them.
That's okay. Is your statement that it has to be signed on November 23rd, because that would be their normal meeting night? Because it has to be posted 2 weeks before, so
It has
that
to be
tells me.
posted on the 29th.
Right,
So it could be signed 23rd, 24,
okay,
yeah.
yeah, okay,
Yeah. 23rd, yes, with your
yeah. Just following the
schedule,
normal
meeting
schedule.
schedule, yeah.
Okay, thanks, Robert.
I'm looking at wearing masks for the citizens, the voters, social distancing. One question comes to mind, since we're going to be indoors, are we going to have anybody wiping the filter for the microphones?
Good idea. Probably should.
Something to think about,
Yeah,
Yep.
good idea.
Okay.
because we'll have less microphones, so there'll be more use per mic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Correct.
And I know we wanted to keep the number of articles down because of COVID,
Yep.
and that's good, but it isn't so much the amount of the articles, the number of the articles, as if any are controversial.
Right.
Correct.
They can
Yeah.
easily take 25 minutes or
Right.
half hour.
Okay,
Great,
very good.
Good point. I hadn't thought of that one.
Thank you.
cheers,
Yeah.
teamwork.
And is Easthampton Media on board?
They now have a new director that started Monday, but only because I know I read the article online, haven't heard anything from them. So I'll reach out to them.
Okay. Okay. And just in terms of spacing, while we're talking about it, do we envision chairs farther apart or seating every other person, or?
I think,
They don't
since they're
have
going to be benches,
They're benches,
Okay.
yeah.
that it would be somewhat of the honor system. You sit there, I'll sit here with someone, and then, or we could mark them. But if
Yes.
somebody comes as a couple, then the marking is
Yeah.
off base, so that's something we have to coordinate.
So the organizational committee has to sort of talk that through.
And there's usually chairs in the back, right? It's the benches and then there's chairs set up.
Chairs are in the back if you run out of, well, actually, no, we don't put chairs up. It's benches and then the bleachers on the side.
Yeah.
Just a reminder, which space are we talking about? I know we were talking about
Norris
Norris,
Cafeteria.
okay,
Cafeteria,
thank you
right,
for clarifying.
I'm not envisioning the benches, but okay, I'll believe you.
I'm gonna miss-
Yeah, they are, yeah, they're basically what
They're
they.
lunch tables.
Yeah, they're lunch tables, basically folded, yeah, so, yeah, they're the equivalent of benches, they're not chairs.
Gotcha, okay.
We're going to miss the hawks flying overhead, but,
Yeah, right.
all right, thank you.
All right, thanks,
Thank you,
Robert.
Robert.
Appreciate it. Yep, thank you. Okay, so with all this said, while we're on this, what are we thinking? We've got to get, obviously, some decision on these, and these have got to get to the town council for final wording and approval, and back to us in time. So what are we recommending? Do we need to have a meeting just to focus on these in between time before the 23rd? Do we need a meeting next week on these?
Probably, if that's the case, I would say yes.
I'm thinking, will they be ready by next Tuesday?
Or make it
By-
later
by
in the
what?
week?
Or at least, I mean, are you thinking about asking the fire chief to come?
Oh, absolutely, after the
next Tuesday?
conversation tonight.
Yeah,
Okay. I guess let's plan on next Tuesday then.
so that would be the 16th?
Yep.
Um,
Can people make it?
Yeah, I can.
yes,
And
I
how
think-
how about this, and just let me know if you're available or not, because if you're not, we really only need a quorum of 3 of you, but the bids for
Oh,
the
yeah.
sidewalk are due back on Thursday, the 18th, so
Yeah.
if you're all available the 18th, we could do that and this. If you're not all available on the 18th, we can do the 16th for this, and if 3 of you are available on the 18th, we can do the bid opening.
The 18th is the public meeting of the Housing Authority at 6:30,
right?
or 6, yeah, 6 or 6:30. So unless we met earlier on the 18th, I guess
I could.
Well, then stick with the 16th, and we'll see if 3 of you are available at like 5 o'clock on the Thursday, just to do the bid opening.
Does that
It's fine with me.
work for anybody? Is that okay? I mean,
That would be okay with me.
all right, let's do that, because I think I would like to not interfere with the Housing Authority's public meeting too, so
Yeah.
to the extent we can do that. Let's go for the 16th for our select board meeting, and then
Is that 6 o'clock?
at 6 o'clock, yeah. And then,
The 18th at 5,
18th at 5 o'clock for the bid opening for the other
yeah.
thing. Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
So as far as questions that I have,
Okay.
other than what I've already stated about fire, the dump truck borrowing of $261,000, assume that that's a valid price. There might need to be adjusted, whatever it is. But my questions are, what's our current debt load look like? What's expiring? Is this merely replacing something that's already in our debt schedule? Or is it going to add maybe only for the first 2 years and then something falls off? How long do we have to live with this consequence?
Okay. Jen and I had started a a debt schedule, so we'll finish it up
Okay, that's
for
good.
this.
That would be helpful.
Great. Very good. Okay. All right, I think we're just about toward the end. We've got a couple smaller things here. Is there any other business that can't wait until the 23rd? Yeah. Oh,
Thanks,
yeah,
Jessica.
Please.
So are you not going to
Say that in
vote,
front of the microphone again, sorry.
Convy Stowe, 14 Jonathan Judd Circle, so are you not going to vote on the library's warrant? I mean, is that going as a package and you're not voting that tonight?
We're not
or-
voting that separately tonight.
Okay,
Hadn't planned to.
so you're going to wait another,
On next Tuesday, we're going to
Next
vote on
Tuesday.
the articles for the
When
warrant.
we've got the language for the article and things clearer, we're going to add, all these things we've been discussing are possibilities for the warrant. The library one, I think we've talked about where we're going to find the money for it. So
Okay.
I think you can hear a level of approval.
Like 97% approved.
all right, because we need time for informational for the public, for that.
Sure,
So
yeah.
that's
Yeah.
why we waited tonight to see if that was going to be
Right,
approved.
sorry.
So,
Yeah,
Okay.
no, we will definitely vote on it for the next meeting. That would be our idea, would be to go through an approval of whatever's going to be on the warrant, okay?
Okay.
To clarify, what we discussed wasn't in its final form. So next week, we're discussing the final form of what would go on the town warrant, if that makes sense. What we had in front of us was an email with the information. It wasn't what is going to go on the warrant.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is our second time coming, so we just
Yeah,
want to know.
understood.
Okay.
It sounds like there's support for going on the warrant, though.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Well, that's because we like seeing you, so.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. All right. Okay, moving on, we don't have any signatures that I'm aware of
No
offhand.
warrants either, huh?
No warrants, no licenses or permits, no minutes to approve, just a couple of pending items. Just on the naming rights, there is the draft of the naming rights, naming of public buildings and public lands draft bylaw that Francine had circulated. I don't know what we wanted to do with that. We had talked about it last meeting about whether we wanted to do a bylaw or a policy, and I think we were kind of leaning toward a bylaw, but
Whichever, yeah.
is this something we want to have the bylaw committee look at in more detail? Is there, put this on the agenda for a quick discussion next week after you've had a chance to
Yeah, I'd like to-
digest it?
Yeah, I'd like to do that.
Okay, all right, then let's be sure
Right,
we,
Our overall intent here is it or is it not to get this approved at the special town? Right, no.
To have this bylaw approved by then?
well, no,
I would not put it on there
Right.
because of the
Think so.
controversial piece.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's more just to get our understanding of where we want to go with it, and is it, what level of detail do we need, and, but the idea would be probably for the May town meeting, I would
Yes.
think, so we could make a decision on the request that we had before us from the family that had written to us.
And
Right.
in your reading, if you have any recommended changes, certainly let me know.
Yeah, send them to
So that,
Francine.
the version that we're looking at is as close to final as possible.
And this was taken from another town.
This
is
was
that-
taken from another town,
In Massachusetts?
yes.
Okay.
And you had said, I think, Francine, that we did get some feedback from our attorney about this, and in terms of who's able to name things. The issue came up about the naming at Conan Park. Does the park commission, does the school committee, will this address who actually is authority?
It does say that, if you look at, under section 3, if you look at item 4, it does say, if you're talking about areas that constitute that are sub-areas that constitute less than 25% of the entire space, it does come under the jurisdiction of the department or the board and so
Okay.
on. So, it does give some flexibility to this. It's not all. Everything else would obviously have to go through annual or special town meeting.
Yeah, and I think the challenge here is that a lot of this is on, naming of buildings and public lands, and actually the request before us is
A bridge.
a bridge. So I don't know how.
Well, but they're saying, or I would consider that public land.
Yeah,
I mean, in
Perchance.
some respects, but.
yeah. So, I mean, we may have to think about that.
Buildings/structures.
Structures?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, we'll take it. All right. So any further input and ideas, please send them on to
That's just what we
Francine,
need, yep.
so that the
yes,
bylaws
works.
committee can take a look. All right. And next, then, Old Town Hall, just to say that we're hoping to have the working group having a meeting in the next week or so to kind of take a look again at the envelope study, because what we'd like to do would be to have a more complete scope of work done based on the priority, the priority repairs, renovations that need doing, I guess, and we need to be clear on that so we could
Put it in there.
advise the Hill Associates what we're looking for. Is that right, Ed? Sort of?
Right, because basically they had broken it down into, shall we say, 3 categories done by years.
Right.
And when I had reached out to Hill, I had kind of said, well, break it into 3 phases. And in my mind, it was the red phase, which is what they had said should be accomplished in the first 1 to 2 years. And then Chris brought it to my attention that, well, really the committee had kind of voted to look at it from the building from a top-down perspective. So really, some of the things that were in what Hill engineers said should be addressed in the first couple of years, there were some things in there that they didn't think really should be in phase 1, and there were some things in, shall we say, the middle category, the yellow category, that should be addressed earlier because they were closer to the top of the building, or more envelope related. So the committee is going to take a look at that and see if there's some way to kind of put the 2 ideas together and say, okay, these 3 from column A and these 2 from column B type of thing,
Right.
to give them some, Hill a little more direction.
Yeah, and so what, we don't have a figure yet, but the intent there was hoping that, we assumed that we had to work on just some basic painting and roof level repair type stuff, flashings, et cetera. And the idea was to be able to have some sum of money available, and again, to be added to the warrant was the original thinking, to allow a scope of work to be done. We've got to pay for a scope of work by Hill to then be able to send something out to bid. So we were trying to get this done to have a sense of what it might cost to do a scope of work, which we don't know. So we're going to hopefully have a meeting in the next few days, early next week, and see if we have some clarity we could give Hill, and maybe we could get a ballpark figure in time. I don't know. Anyway, that was part of the idea. Okay, other than that, nothing new on the other items, I think. Ed,
Oh,
you're
just-
still, yep,
Just on the Old Town Hall.
Yeah.
And this, I'll kind of use it to piggyback on the public safety
uh-huh,
project. The property right next door, 217 College Highway, is for sale.
yes.
And the property line goes all the way back and mirrors up with the town hall. So it looks like 1.5 acres, 2 acres. And we own the property right next door to it, where we're gonna put the new septic system.
Where that old Grange Hall was.
Yep.
Yep.
I mean, I'm not suggesting anything, I'm just saying it's a
Yeah.
unique opportunity for $360,000
Yep.
to acquire land, which would encompass the town hall, and we're only moving the building across the street.
Interesting.
I don't know if anybody's thought about it, but
Yeah, no, I saw the sign out there,
it's been up for 6 days.
yeah, earlier this week, yeah, okay.
I just want to say something else about that, too. It might be helpful for the committee that's looking at the Old Town Hall to send a letter to the state, given the auditor's report about municipal buildings and the lack of funding. It might be good, because the study's already been done, just say that, this is what we're up against.
Okay. All right. Okay, and then lastly, Ed is going to go out with his GPS and orange paint someday and work on the Clearwater boundary, right?
Not until you get those other 3
I
projects
know,
done.
before snow
Just
flies, but,
January 1st, have that done by January 1st.
I have snowshoes, so.
Can I just
Let
come
me know,
back
Ed, I'll
to,
help you on that
can
one.
I just come
Thanks.
back to one thing that's
Sure.
really bugging me?
Go ahead.
Would anybody be opposed if I wrote to Senator Vilas and right now our Representative Sabadosa about the money for the equipping the new precinct? I think,
Yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, asking
Please
them
do.
for like $8,000, this is,
Yeah.
this is an undue, unfunded mandate
Yep.
and an unfair burden to us. So I can't just not ask,
Yeah.
Yep.
if you're
Yeah,
okay
I'll
with
definitely
that.
make a motion to have you send out
Yeah.
a,
They asked for $20,000 for the upgrade.
Yeah, a letter on
We're gonna have
behalf
to
of
pay for new
the
staff
Southampton
that first
Select Board.
year.
a letter on behalf of the select board, basically requesting funds for the expense added by adding a precinct.
Right,
Sure.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
That's a motion. Can I have a
Yeah.
second?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Good, all right. Can I
Yeah,
have a
thank you for
motion
doing
to adjourn? I think we are done with the
So
agenda.
moved.
Yeah.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, and it looks to me like about 10 o'clock.